Okay, I think we're going to get started. If more people trickle in, we can always welcome them again. Hi, I'm Sonia. I lead the contributor teams at the foundation, so that means all the teams who are building the contributor experience. There's 5 teams under that, so that's the editing team, moderator tools team, growth team, connection team, and also the language and localization team. And I'm here today to mostly actually hear from you about what you think the wish list should hold for the future and how we should structure specifically how we prioritize wishes in the future. So what we'll do is I'll first set the context for 10 minutes. Then we'll talk about what the success or a successful wish list would look like. And then we'll go for the most part of the session into breakout groups. For those of you with red lanyards, I have asked to have the camera on the screen during that time so that during breakout groups you can move around freely. But we will stay in groups of 3 to 5, so technically you don't have to move around, but if you want to, you can. And yeah, then we'll do a quick share out, and that's it. So why are we here? I see a lot of people, familiar faces that have been very active in discussions on and off Wiki, on the wish list, especially recently. And so I think this right now is a really good opportunity for us to just come together, share ideas, talk about what the challenges are, and how we can set up a process that actually works in the future. I want to really co-create the prioritization framework of the wish list in the future, so really thinking through how can wishes that are most impactful for the community be prioritized in a way that's community-driven, community-informed. And yeah, I want to talk quickly about what the issue is, why we're here today, what got us here. And I think the main thing here is that over the last couple of years, we've tried to really use the wish list as a major input factor into our annual plans. And we've done that alongside all the other sources that we use, like Fabricator, conversations like these, on Wiki conversations. And I think what that did on the one hand, and at the same time that was paired with us moving to a voting process that was open year-round. And I think what that did was participation decreased in the wish list. So I think a negative side effect might have been that the wish list actually wasn't as accurate a window into what's important for the community as it was in prior, more successful wish list years. And then the other piece is, I think the more we were doing that, and we were doing that with really good intentions, really thinking through how can we incorporate the things that are important to the community, that we hear from the community, in the things that we work on as part of our strategic goals. But I think what it essentially led to is that this approach really kind of pushed us in a direction of seeing the wish list just as another input factor rather than what I think it's meant to be. And I think it's meant to be a lever that gives the community some say in what the product and engineering teams are working on. And that's what I would like to get back to. I'd like to get back to an annual voting process so that we can trust that this is an accurate view into what's important to the community. And then at the same time, have wishes complement the work that we're planning otherwise. So if you want to put it in other words, we shouldn't just decline wishes because they're not strategically aligned. That's really what it comes down to, I think. And so I don't know how familiar everyone is with the current process. And so I'll talk about that real quick and also talk about some decisions that we've already made. The current process relies on continuous voting on focus areas. And the focus areas, based on feedback that we've received from you all and on Wiki, we've already committed to removing. So that's already not part of the current process, but I'm kind of calling it all the same because we're trying to re-envision what the new future could look like. And voting is based on those focus areas, not on individual, or was based not on individual wishes, but on focus areas. The other piece is that the triage, so deduplicating, categorizing, thinking about understanding the wishes, really talking with the community, trying to figure out what the wish actually wants to achieve. All of that is happening, or currently is happening, with WMF staff, and also some volunteers that are really dedicated and interested in the topic. So if you've been involved in that, thank you for the work that you've done for that. And wishes are currently prioritized based on several factors, including if there's a measurable impact, how, what the scope is, how many wikis are impacted by it, also if there's any workarounds, how severe is the wish, and then also thinking, of course, about votes and looking at the number of votes. What we're proposing for the future is an annual process coming back to what the process was in the past with widely advertised banners and really making sure that people participate in the wish list. And then we also think it would be really helpful to have a working group, a dedicated, intentional working group that consists also of community members that can help with the triage process during that open voting period to make sure that we prioritize and think about the wishes in the right way. And then the most important thing, and that's why we're here today, is wish prioritization should really be mostly coming or be based on a community created framework that then helps us understand what we at the foundation should be working on. And that's what I'd like to get to today with you. So questions that we'll be asking today are things like, how should voting be happening? Should people have a set number of votes? Should people be able to participate in the triage process? How should they participate in that? Should wish submission be open year-round alongside the annual voting process? So kind of having like a wish parking lot so that it's not an annual thing. What criteria should be prioritized, should be used to prioritize wishes? So for example, how can we make sure that small projects feel heard as well, and it's not just the big projects that get wishes done? And then another question that I think is really interesting is, how might we prioritize things, bigger things that are important to the community that might not be big wishes in itself, but a lot of small wishes? And the example that's been brought up to me is the work that was done in the past on New Page Patrol. I think it was in like 2019. And that was not like one big wish, but it was a lot of small wishes. And so my hope is that we can talk about how can we make sure that something like that happens, or should we make sure that something like that happens? Or would the community prefer that we work on a lot of small wishes? So those are just a few highlights in terms of questions that I hope we can touch today. I also wanted to quickly talk about what we don't want to do today. We're not here to actually prioritize wishes. We're here to think about what the prioritization framework could look like for future wish lists. And we're also not here to make any decisions. This is really just for us to gather ideas. The next step will be to create a proposal, go on Wiki, get also input from the larger community, and then hopefully start a new annual voting process later this year. We're also not here to talk about the wish list at large. It's a very broad topic, and I think this is a really nice opportunity for you all to participate in this co-creation process of the framework for prioritizing wishes. So I would just urge us to, as much as we can, stay on the prioritization topic so that we can use this time most efficiently. And so before we go into the breakout groups, I wanted to quickly just talk about what success looks like. And I'd like to hear from you and from the online participants on this. If we meet again next year, what would you say would the wish list have to have been in one word? So just raise your hand, write it in the chat of the event. What do you think, like what would you in one word say the wish list, this is what the wish list has to be? And I'll need one person who could run the mic, please. Thank you.
James Heilman from Wiki Project Med. With respect to success, being heard.
Integrative.
Ambitious.
Do we have anything in the chat? Any people typing any words?
Hi, in the chat, there's a comment that once it's decided to work on a particular wish, I would like the community to be involved as it's refined into fabricator tasks and on any designs and implementation, e.g. there was a vague wish, make charts more beginner friendly, which can entail a lot of things. We chose one particular aspect to work on, but it could entail other things. I think this might be coming from a foundation person.
For me, it would be empowering.
That lots of stuff has been completed and brought up that are serving the intended audience.
I'm trying to think of one word that basically means unconfusing, like clear, something like that.
Inclusive.
Anything else in the chat, Rita? Mike. We have one person over there, and then I'll come to you.
I was going to say better maintenance of semi-maintained extensions.
So username Elan HR said understandable / interpretable, and then also +1 to clear, not confusing. And then Ord, who talked about the wishes earlier, said that they an engineer at the WMF and working with Music Animal on the chart wish, and also working on another wish list project to add date filter to media search on Commons. So. Yeah, and they add the chart wizard is on beta cluster for testing and feedback, and media wish should be completed very soon also.
I suppose reasonable.
Thank you. That was really helpful, and it sounds like we're all really aligned, and that feels really good to me. I think we all want the same thing with the wish list. I'd like to move on to the breakout groups, and before we start talking, I'll go through each of the slides to just tell you what I'm hoping you can do. The idea is there's printouts on each of the tables. For online participants, you can just refer to the slides. The printouts are exactly the same. And online participants also, if you go to the next slide, please. Online participants can also use the retro board. Of course, if you'd rather not write something, you can also participate in that if you're in the room. At the end of this, I will collect the papers that you write on. So if you could turn them in and write somewhat legibly, I would really appreciate that. I think I added too, if you want to provide your username, you absolutely can, but of course you don't have to. I'd love to then take the output from this session, synthesize it, I'll post it on Wiki so that you see what the summary is next week. And then after that, we'll also take a proposal that will form from all of these ideas and suggestions onto Wiki to then get more input and more thoughts from the larger community. So again, no decisions will be based on this. I just really want you all to talk with each other about what challenges do you want to see addressed? Like, we've had so many iterations of the wish list over the years, and I think a lot of people agree that pre-2021, it probably worked better than in later years. How can we get back to that? Pre-2021 also wasn't perfect, I assume. I wasn't here then. I've only been with the foundation for about 2.5 years. But I'd like to think about this really openly and think about, what do you want out of the wish list? How do you want the wishes to be prioritized? How do you feel like you could be heard the most with your community and represented the most with your community in how wishes get prioritized? So if you click to the next slide. For wish triage, triage is really just a term for categorizing, understanding, maybe effort sizing, deduplicating wishes that come in. For that process, I think we just need to figure out what needs to be part of that, the extent, the scope of that. Do we want to, for example, get rid of wishes that are just not doable, period? Or do we want people to vote on those anyways? Or what do we want to do with wishes from previous years? I think that's a big question too that I keep hearing coming up. If you go to the next slide. The next one would be voting. So should people have a set number of votes that they can use? Should there be a quota for some smaller wikis to make sure that we also include smaller wikis? Should there be an ability to change votes, and if so, how? And should wish submission be open year-round so that we have kind of like a parking lot, or would it be better to have that also be just an annual period where people can submit things? Also, just to make sure, these are just suggestions. Please don't stick just to these questions. I just wanted to prompt you. These come from conversations I've had, but also things I've read on Wiki that kept coming up as questions as we were trying to iterate on the wish list. So if something else comes up for you within this concept, please feel free to talk about that instead. I just urge you to stay on the topic of overall prioritization of wishes. The next slide, please. The third topic and last topic is prioritization itself. So how should we prioritize wishes? Is it really just the vote count? Should that be it? Or should the impact be weighted somehow? That could be an important question to solve. Or how do we make sure that, because generally a lot of people vote on English Wikipedia, how do we make sure that the smaller communities also get represented and we don't just work on wishes that have, a lot of votes, but also make sure that if that's the case, do we also have smaller communities and projects represented here? So that's it. If you do work in the retro board, there is a toggle for you to go between the 3 topics. So don't forget to switch the toggle once you're done with one. For the online participants, this is more of like a individual exercise. You're more than welcome to talk with each other in the event chat. But what I would like for you to do is just kind of fill out the retro board and add your ideas there. I think that's it. I can take some questions if anything is there, but there's also staff that's around the room that is working with me on this. For example, Leila, Marshall, Val, Amanda, James is here as well, and Rita. If you have any questions, you can also just pull them aside. Pao, thank you for being here too.
How do we get into breakout groups?
Breakout groups, you pick a topic that is interesting to you out of the 3 topics, and you just find people that are interested in talking about that as well. You can stay at your place if you want to. You can mingle with other people. If you sit next to someone that you've talked about this for I don't know how many years already and you feel like you know exactly what they're thinking, you could document that and then maybe move on to someone else and talk to someone else, get fresh ideas. Or you could just decide to directly talk with someone that you've never talked about the wish list with. We have 25 minutes.
May I suggest that we designate tables for A, B, and C if people want to?
That's how I planned it originally, but then I thought, what if people aren't interested in talking about prioritization and they want to talk about triage?
But go join that table if you're A, that table if you want to do B.
We could do that. Okay. Yeah, that works. Yes, the camera, if you could actually move the camera now to the slides, that would be great, and then people in the room can move around freely.
All right. How about we do A? Okay. All right. A.
Which
B,
triage is here in the front?
and C in the middle. How's that? I don't know.
And pick your topic if you.
C. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
A, B, and C. I turn it off.
Is this the other one for the group, for the room? Is it on or should I? Okay. I think we need to start wrapping up. You can just leave them on the table. Thank you. Okay, so we'll do the share out now. If you all could. I love that you like talking about this and discuss everything so much. Maybe I'll just pick on one person who I feel like I can't pick on because I work with you to get people to start listening to us. What's something that stood out to you in your conversation, Pao?
Yeah, it was first of all, it was really great there was lots of ideas and people contributing in a very, very positive way. One of the aspects that was highlighted is as something that would be important is to capture the effort/time budget that an idea takes, so that even incorporating it into voting as, okay, we have this time budget, 12 months, so as community, if everything is well triaged, they have an understanding that they can pick 12 one-month little issues or one 12-month bigger one. That's something that has not been reflected in current processes. Also, a general principle of not forbidding bad reframing in terms of if there's a project that it's too big, be able to say, okay, this is too big, but we can do the initial research, and that's the thing that is gonna be voted. That's the little part that we can do. And similarly, if a wish is presented as a very, very specific solution, okay, try to work and involve people to reflect which is the problem behind that, so that, yeah, it's not so specific as a solution, but there is room to resolve the underlying problem. So that's what we are trying to capture in the ideas. We didn't come with a specific process because there was also we reflected the tension of, okay, we need to incorporate all that, but we also need to keep the process simple, which again, it's a tension to navigate.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else want to share your highlights? And maybe after that group, we could go to the online group.
Yeah, so we were in Group C, prioritization. We had a lot of good discussions. Maybe I'll highlight a few things. One consideration for prioritization is that, is it eventually going to help us onboard newcomers to that tool or workflow? Some of the workflows are very complicated. So considering prioritizing things that if you are basically implementing, they're also easy to onboard new people to later on. The other consideration is whether this tool or idea exists already as a tool and is maintained inside the community by either developers, but then it's at the risk because there's maybe only one developer that is working on it and it's effectively a single point of failure in that moment. And then we had some good discussions about like small versus large and just making sure that, you know, we don't go with the top vote and have considerations for projects that need more nuance to think about to include their wishes. If anyone from the group wants to add?
Yeah, I think the one point also was that we need some kind of separation between Wikipedia and the other projects because they are totally different in terms of what tools are needed, and as the communities have different sizes, there would always be a majority for Wikipedia-centered tools.
Hi, the virtual group, in terms of prioritization, also talked about having the vote based on the majority of votes, but all the comments noted the importance of including other wikis, so potentially there's like some allocation for smaller wikis and projects, and then, yeah, the importance of not just NWiki deciding. And then in terms of the voting section, they discuss like alternative voting on issues or dimensions of impact rather than direct voting. So potentially, yeah, another comment talked about this as well, like voting on community health, editor improvements or reader improvements. Another person noted like support or oppose, like an RFC. And then with the wish list triage, an important aspect was removing obvious things at that initial process of like things that we can't actually do, already exists, or that are purely community policy changes, and also stressing the importance of community involvement throughout, refining the wish list process as well. And then maybe having a tech ambassador involved in refinement.
Great. Anyone else from that group over here?
For voting, let's see if I can read this. What we're proposing is that votes are maybe a dual voting system, but more likely a system where people can vote on impact, so that we can make it community-owned what the impact is, rather than that the foundation does some sort of assessment in its prioritization about what the impact is. So you can have a vote from 1 to 5. 1 still means, oh, I really like this. It's going to make a tiny, easy difference for me. 5 means this can have a massive impact on whether it's readers or editors. The foundation staff would do then the feasibility. There was clear consensus that category voting wouldn't work. Single voting is the way to express clear preferences. Like prioritization, a way to especially have commons prioritized in the voting or prioritization system, as it has a massive impact versus a small community. And no exclusion of German Wikipedia folks that have their own wish list.
Thank you. We have one more voice back there.
Thanks. Yeah, so, we were discussing how the wishes are chosen after the votes are all in. And one of the key things we discussed was the process that's used needs to be clear and understandable to the community in question, so they know how the Wikimedia Foundation is choosing which wishes are going to be worked on this year. Certainly.
Okay, we talked about how to compare really large, ambitious, impactful wishes with many little small ones, and reflected that getting your little issue fixed, that really adds up. If you get a lot of little issues fixed, that changes the quality of life for being a volunteer. But from time to time, we also need to do big things too. And so we talked about, like, can those be split into tracks? The votes will all already have come in, and it's hard for volunteers to tell which are the really big ones, and like dark mode or whatever, and which are the little ones. How might we, like, in making a prioritized list, say, we picked one really big one this year, and it's this. And therefore, we didn't necessarily pick all the little ones because we picked a big one, and being able to make it clear that we have a big investment and little investments, and those are separate.
And on the other side, because this is like human resources for the foundation, like maybe the big wishes could be a multi-year process. Like we will pick dark mode and we will put a specific team for 3 years on that, but not at the expense of the very small wishes, which are the things which are actually building trust in small communities. And at the voting process, the community will decide how to prioritize not Wikipedia and not English-speaking languages, but we need to care at the foundation level when you are assigning works that these small wishes from not the big communities don't get the backlog and don't get lost, that the actual work is not the point of failure for these small communities.
Before I close out and give some next steps, I want to come back to Rita and see if there's anything else in the chat that was added.
Thanks, Sonia. Someone said plus 100 for commons. And then there was also a comment about having community and WMF wishathons, maybe for the smaller wishes as well.
Great. Well, thank you for being so engaged in this discussion. I truly believe that we can make this a co-created process, and this is the first step in that. Also, thanks to the online participants. I know that's a little more isolating and hard to do, so thanks for doing that. So we're in July right now, obviously. Next week, I plan on consolidating the findings, the ideas that we had here, posting them on Wiki so that you can see reflected what you've all shared here. And then from that, I want to kind of distill out a proposal between all of the different things that we've heard. I want to work with the PTAC on that to then kind of iterate on it and really understand if that's a good reflection of what we're all hearing within the community, and then take it on Wiki to get broader feedback into it. And then hopefully by October-ish, we would have a process set up that allows us to start an open submission period, so really asking for submissions. We would then also use the wishes that are already in the queue that still need to be prioritized under this new system because they kind of got underserved with the focus area system. So we don't want to lose all the good stuff that's already there from this current wish list. And then in October, November, after the wish submission closes, we would then have that kind of triage process for a few weeks, couple weeks, where hopefully by then we'll have a working group that can consist of members from the foundation as well as community members. We have to figure out how to set that up yet. And then after that, we'll open for votes on the wishes that have been triaged based on all the feedback and the proposal that we're putting together. And then after that, we'll prioritize wishes so that by the end of the calendar year, we have a prioritized list that we can then start implementing as of January. What's slightly different this time with this first iteration of this new process is that it would then also feed into the next fiscal year. So we would start working on with the wishes as early as January, but our fiscal year at the foundation runs from June to July. So the first part of implementation would be just half of a fiscal year. Our annual planning usually starts in February or even earlier sometimes. So what we want to do with this list that comes out of the voting process this year is we also use it in our annual process for the year after this fiscal year. And then we'll have another voting the year after that. So at that point, it will be continuously kind of feeding into the process. And by saying annual planning process, I just want to make sure that it's understood that it wouldn't, again, like it used to be kind of just focusing on strategic alignments or anything like that, but rather we want to make sure that we have the wishes on the table when we do our annual planning so that we can plan our resources accordingly and make enough space for wish implementation. So that's why the timing works the way it does. And that's it. Any more questions on that before we close? I know we're at coffee break time and you all probably want your coffee after talking so much. Great, thank you so much.
Just encouraging everyone to bring their papers to the front. Thanks.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
That was great. Thank you.
15 seconds. Okie dokie. Welcome everyone to the workshop for Abstract Wikipedia. So do you like my hold slide, first of all? This way you can see whether the colors actually work in the projector. Okie dokie. There, this is the voice of James speaking to you from beyond. So here's the actual opening slide. So just as a quick note for everyone who's here in the room, the camera is currently mostly looking at me. I am not the focus of today. You are, because this is a workshop to do something together. That means after the first few minutes, where I'll be just giving some very basic context, I'll be going around the room, helping you out. Hopefully people will get articles created and published and edited. That means the camera at that point will probably be focused mostly in this area. If you have a red lanyard or you don't want to be on camera for some reason, the back there is the best place to be away from the camera, but it's not really going to be zooming in on individual people anyway. Okie dokie. Right, let's get started. So, Abstract Wikipedia workshop. Let's create a multilingual article together. Together is missing. Woo, yay. Okie dokie. So, what is Abstract Wikipedia? It's a new community wiki. We launched back in March this year, not 6 years ago, sadly. But this year, so the idea is you're going to create multilingual articles on Abstract Wikipedia, and those abstract articles can be embedded into Wikipedias. So there are two separate things. It's easy to get them confused. Why would it be simple? So there's Abstract Wikipedia. So this is a bit like a Wikipedia, but it's panlingual, so they're every language all in one go, powered by Wikifunctions Wikidata. Obviously, it's a wiki, fully controlled by the community. Wikifunctions, also a wiki, also fully controlled by the community. That is a library of functions to use and embed in places directly in Wikipedias and through Abstract Wikipedia. And functions are what turns the abstract articles into text, so into English, in French, in Swahili. Timeline. So we launched Wikifunctions in 2023, just before Wikimania, which was very exciting. Very early starting of community. Some of you are here today, either online or in person. It's lovely to see you. Others of you are joining us just today for the first time. 2023, it was very basic. You could use functions, but they could only work on text strings and on booleans and a few other types that we started adding. 25, we allowed you to embed those into some wikis, mostly Wiktionaries, and that allowed you to have shared code, cross-wiki usage. Earlier this year, 26, building the first few articles, launched Abstract Wiki itself, and building the communities both on Abstract Wikipedia, and then the communities of folks who want to use Abstract Wikipedia on their community, hopefully. And then Wikipedia's using Abstract, 2026 plus. Maybe this year, maybe next year. We'll see how it goes. And the idea is this will help close knowledge gaps. This is not to replace Wikipedias, very much not. This is to support Wikipedias by giving them good enough articles that will stand in when the community has not yet got around to writing the article themselves, which get updated centrally, and so if someone dies, it says they're dead, rather than saying they're alive 10 years too late, because no one cares. And that way you get to write the content that you really care about, rather than worrying about European politicians or whatever. So, multilingual text for the whole world. This is not just the, hey, this will work in English and German. If it only works in English and German, we have not done our job, right? Like, the whole point here is to support communities that don't already have a large community supporting them. So people can create these basic articles to use any Wikipedia that wants them. Footnote, any Wikipedia that wants them once we enable it. That is not enabled right now anywhere, and we will have to slowly release it to make sure the engineering works and also the communities are happy with it. These are not replacing articles, they're only fallback content. I will demonstrate that in a little bit. And if your wiki wants to join, please do let us know, and we will work with you to put you in the queue. So we're not running before we walk, or even crawl. We're starting simple, little articles, maybe about cities. Let's not write controversial articles just to start with. Maybe, you know, une pomme est un fruit. Maybe a bit too little, but you know, that kind of level is a way to start, and we can build from there. Wikipedia was not built in a day, and Abstract Wikipedia is the same. we're not trying to solve every content problem, every language problem up front. We know there are technical challenges. Some of them may prove insurmountable, right? But we won't know unless we try. And again, working together across wikis, this is not just a kind of top-down thing or something done by the English to other languages. That would be a failure. It has to be all of us together or it doesn't work. So a very quick demo, he says. So if I go here, this, of course, this is going to die because I'm doing a live demo, and that's always a mistake. At some point, it will load, or it will not. Thank you, technology. Okay, I can just jump straight. So this is Abstract Wikipedia itself. So this is the page for Q90. Q90 is the Wikidata concept item for Paris, the city. And so we have a sad day. I am not going to talk about Paris. I'm going to talk about what Paris looks like on test Wikipedia. So this is a preview page, special preview abstract Q90, and you'll see it says, don't worry about the title, that's test wiki being test wiki. But Paris is the capital of France. There is an image, there is an info box, and there's a big banner saying this is from Abstract Wikipedia. And then if you go as an admin to the special page, Abstract Wikipedia opted in articles, and I say, I would like Paris, France, and for that matter, Paris, the city, to be QID, and I click save, and then I go to Paris, France, ta-da, you get an abstract article. This article looks like a Wikipedia article. A reader could go to it. But it is not actually there. You have a create local article button, just like with files on Commons. And if you click that, it will open a normal Wikitext editor. And when you publish that, that replaces the abstract article. The abstract article always loses to the community's own articles. The whole point is these are backup, fallback content that communities opt into if they want it. And of course, this is also dying. Never mind. Anyway, so that's the idea. And I am just going to give up and go back to the Q&A side of this. Hope this does not... oh, and this has crashed as well. Well, isn't that great? Okay, so does anybody have any questions that they want to ask right now? Or the next step, just spoiler, is that we go and write articles all together. Or rather, just to be very clear, I'm here as staff. You write the articles. I help you write the articles by giving you advice about what buttons to press, but you write the content, yeah, just like any Wikipedia. So, any questions before we get started? If everyone's Wi-Fi just went down. This is going to be a very short process of people using our website without Wi-Fi, I'm afraid. Question? It's back. Excellent.
Yeah, hi. Well, Matthias Astiomais. I'm from the French Wikipedia. Yeah, wanted to know, is it designed much more for the small wikis or for all big wikis, including the big one, for a special article? Or
Thanks. Yeah, so good question. Are we caring about small wikis or also big ones? So the first thing to say is Abstract Wiki is a vision of us all collaboratively working together. And especially the small wikis, we think there's most value there because the small wikis have small communities that are busy writing articles specific to them, like their community, their history. And if they're instead spending their time writing articles about, you know, American pop stars or whatever, then it's a waste of their time. it's time they could spend on other things that are more unique to their community. That said, English Wikipedia has English Wikipedia has 7 million articles. Wikidata has 28 million items that have one Wikipedia article in some language somewhere. That means 28 minus 7, there are 21 million articles in some Wikipedia language that aren't even on English yet. And English is huge, right? So if you're German or French or whatever, theoretically, those communities could also use Abstract Wikipedia as well, if they wanted to. However, that is not our focus. Our focus is on the smaller languages right now. But it also goes especially endangered languages, especially under-resourced languages. But it's also the case that folks from those communities are going to write about their area in their own language, and unless I speak that language, I will never learn about it. I will not learn about Ghanaian politicians if the articles are only ever written in Dagbani. But if the Dagbani community not only write it locally, but write it on Abstract Wiki, those articles can actually be available in English, in German, in French, automatically, as well as Dagbani, for no extra effort on the Dagbani community's effort side.
Will the red links remain red links, or will we introduce a different color, or will they be blue links?
So the word never is a bad word for anyone at the foundation to use about things the community wants to have a view on. So we do not currently plan to replace red links with links off to Abstract Wikipedia. However, if you say Paris, Texas is now an article on a Wikipedia pulled in from Abstract Wikipedia, those links will go from red to blue currently, and you'll end up on an abstract generated article, but it will look like a normal article as a reader. You'll find it in Google, click a link will go in blue, the same way that a file that's on Commons will show up as a normal local file-ish, on German Wikipedia.
Will we be able to combine text from Abstract Wikipedia and normal text, or
that is not our current plan. Our current plan is you have the abstract article or you have a local article. However, a wiki that has embeddable wiki functions can get a lot of the same content because the functions are on wiki functions. So if you can pull wiki functions in, you can pull abstract article-like content in. However, we are not focused on wiki functions right now. We're focused on Abstract Wikipedia. So not really right now, but in the future, yes. Any last questions before we jump into the workshop? It's a bit busy. There are some spare seats over there. Ah, perfect.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to find out, now that we have a lot of articles on already existing language Wikipedia, is there currently a function that automatically looks for these articles and then try to create, automate the process on Abstract Wikipedia? And if no, is this something that is feasible?
This is a good challenge. Yes, why spend lots of effort writing abstract articles when they already exist in different languages? There is not a current feature to do this. We have talked a bit about using some kind of pattern matching language model AI thing to say, oh, X is a Y, we already have a sentence for that. Let's plug it in and ask a human, does this actually look right? Does this look correct? And then people say, yep, and so it adds it in. That's just been talk. We've not built anything yet. It definitely does not exist today. But we could build that in the future if there's demand for it. But then it would take time away from other things we'd do instead, so we'd have to balance it. But I think that would be a really neat tool, especially for communities that only have a few editors caring about an area. To be able to cover a lot of content relatively quickly and get it out there and updated would be good. Oh, one last.
You mentioned that in your talk that there are certain dictionaries that have accepted using wiki functions.
Mm-hmm. So
those languages are accepting abstract Wikipedia? Are they ready to take this?
So the embedded wiki functions for Wiktionaries, or for any wiki, but used mostly on Wiktionaries, allows you to call a function and the output displays in the article. So it's like a Wikitext function, like a template, but it calls out to wiki functions. And that's been used in a handful of cases to automatically build a nice HTML table using data from Wikidata for, like, this is how the verb conjugates in German, right? It doesn't, Wiktionaries are not Wikipedias. They have very different use cases. And so the functions that you would use to build abstract Wikipedia are not the use cases that you would build around, Paris is the capital city of France is not the kind of thing you would write on Wiktionary in the first place. But it is on the back end the same technology. So yes, if it works for you on Wiktionary, it should work on a Wikipedia and vice versa.
I've heard that in some version of Wikipedia, don't remember which one exactly, if there is a human written article about something, the reader is shown this article. But if there is not, they are shown a quasi-article constructed from Wikidata statements. So maybe it could work something like in that way.
Yeah, so there's an existing system called article placeholder, which automatically constructs an article based on the structured data on Wikidata. This has not really been in development recently very much, and it is limited in what you can say because of the nature of the Wikidata content model. So you can say X has this prize, X has that prize, but you can't say X is the only person to have this prize because that's not the kind of thing Wikidata supports as an epistemic source.
Thank you very much. Since you're talking about under-resourced languages, we just started an incubator project with like very few articles, 200 some, and I'm just wondering if it makes sense to have like a double dipping, having abstract Wikipedia and incubator before that project comes to fruition or graduate, or is it doesn't make sense?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. I do not know. We have not built an incubator-specific system yet. As you will all find out when we get to the workshop, it's not good enough to have an idea of the statements about the world you want to make, or the functions, or the lexemes. You need all three for it to work, as Mahir's talk yesterday about the three-legged stools. So if you've got a community that is only just starting out on Incubator Wiki, they probably won't have the lexemes on Wikidata yet for abstract Wikipedia to be very useful for them. So you could divert the community off to abstract Wikipedia and Wikidata lexemes instead of Incubator Wiki. I think that is a community decision, not for me at all to decide. But yes, if you're very small as a community, it might be too small to do both at the same time, and you do one and then the other.
Do people have access to the internet by now, or is it still, it's there? Okay. One question, how should we start this? Everyone just work and we walk around and you ask questions, or should someone also be on the big screen trying to build it like in front of you while you do your own things as well at the same time? What would you prefer?
I think it's probably best for people to focus on their own laptops, and I will go around and other people can go around giving you help and advice, if that works. Okie dokie. In that case,
I would actually really like to see a demo of how it's being done from scratch, but
sure.
If that's technically possible at all.
Yep, I will. Now we have the internet back. Magic. Hopefully have the internet back, he says. Yep, there we go. Okay, so this is back to the interface demo. He says, don't worry about the red ring. The red ring is saying, James, you are logged into your staff account. You are absolutely not going to block anyone here, okay? It's a very important reminder. So you have on the left this column, which is the definition of the abstract article, and then here you've got it generated into English. But I can change this language and say, I would like it please in French. And voila, you've got the same content written once, available twice. Actually available about 100 times, depending on what lexemes are available. This is intentionally a very simple article. There are more complex articles like 408. So this is the very impressive article for Australia, and this is a lot longer, and also has some problems because it's so long that our servers can't quite cope all the time. But other things you get here, so you see the red links linked to abstract articles that don't exist yet. Blue links, because they link to abstract articles that already do exist. You have images, you have references, and I can hover over that, and that links off to Wikidata. And we have an info box and lists, and so you see there's Queensland, which I was looking at before because it was a red link yesterday, but it isn't today. Magic. It's almost like the wiki grows. All of this content is ideally pulled straight from Wikidata as much as possible, right? This isn't hard-coded into abstract in a way that is duplicating the work of Wikidata. It's pulling the best data out of Wikidata and choosing editorially how to present it. So if I were to, let's not do this on Australia, I will be sad, but let's go here. So I'll click edit. And you see, I've got the generated text in English, and this is live. And then I can click this great big ugly plus button, and it's got a bunch of options. And I will say add main articles. And then this is not designed to be the perfect, really easy to understand user interface. This is designed to make you cry and ask me questions. Sorry about that. We definitely want to improve the UX, but this is roughly the Wikifunctions user experience right now that we're trying to improve. So here I've called this function, which is show me some main articles, and then it wants me to use Wikidata items. And so I will say, what's a main item about Paris? Let's go, no, not Paris, Paris Saint-Germain. There we go. That didn't work. Oh no, that did work, maybe. It's having a think about it. It's having a lot of a think about it. It's embarrassing how long it's having to think about it. Oh, and that broke. Okay, well, never mind. Let's not do that one. Let's do something else. Hmm? Yeah, Eiffel Tower, sure. Yes. You would, yes. One of the challenges we're running into, at some point this might even work, he says. No, you see, it's cursed. Let me just drop this one. Does that work? No, yes, maybe. One of the things we run into is that it really depends on who writes the function on Wikifunctions as to whether it is able to use the label for the item on Wikidata, or whether it tries to pull the lexeme for the item on Wikidata and use that. Some languages will have a label but not a lexeme. Some languages will really need the lexeme to be able to say things like the plural or the genitive, or whether it's a masculine word, things like that. So there is an ongoing big conversation about how we model this kind of information. And let's just pretend this function worked, and then I go up here and I click publish, and I am not pressing publish. This is a stuff box, right? But that would be sad. The lawyers would be very upset with me. So you can see, by the way, here it says lead paragraph. So the idea is, in the future, we will have sections, like proper section support, and you'll be able to say, get me the climate of Paris section, and it will only show that, or it will show the whole lot, depending on what you want. And now Denny's going to hate me. One of the things we could do, if the community wants it, is have multiple versions of the same section for different purposes. So you could have the children's version, the adult version, and the, I care a lot about climate science, I want an expert version, or whatever, of the same section side by side. Like, there's lots of possibilities we could build, but again, let's crawl, then walk, then run. Let's not leap all the way into the future and break our legs. In the preview, I can also change this preview over to a different language. So we tried French before. Will this work? It's pending. Yeah, see, article détail, Tour Eiffel. So it won't work in English, but will in French. Perfect. And I can also change this to German. And that just apparently breaks. Okay, well, that's good. Let's not do that one then. But you could also theoretically use Dagbani. And you see here, this is this function is showing up in this kind of fluorescent magenta. This is the fallback. Oh no, something's gone wrong. We don't have a proper function for your language yet. And so we can get a basic statement in that you can later then go and either do it yourself on Wikifunctions if you're an expert, or turn up on Wikifunctions and ask for help, and someone else can help you. And there's a whole process for that, but we're more focused on Abstract Wiki itself. But the idea is that you make one edit here, and it reflected on all the downstream articles everywhere.
There are some languages where there are no is there and there is no of, and it is constructed by putting all those three words in correct grammar case. So it is seen to be addressed as well.
Yeah. I was going to demo in Ukrainian and Russian, neither of those work, so never mind. But yes, the concept of X is a Y is fundamentally based in the concept of languages that have a to be verb, and some languages just don't, right? And so this is back to the big question about how do we support all the different languages of the world and all the different ways of stating knowledge. This is a really hard problem, as in Tower of Babel sized, really hard problem for thousands of years. We are not necessarily going to fix all of it, but let's fix some of it together. Any more questions? Yep. So one quick thing. So say I wanted to write an article about Cité des Sciences. So you'll see this is searching Wikidata. So you're seeing all the different hits on Wikidata, including the nice pictures. This is telling me, because I'm a world expert, but not necessarily you unless you know what you're looking for, that there isn't an abstract Wikipedia article here. So if I clicked this, yeah, go away, it will show onto a page that helps you construct the article, but it is just the same editing experience as before, so you can add a sentence, though you would not want to add a sentence separator. There we go. So there I would go, let's delete that. And then I might say, Wikidata item reference class, and then let's do a thing, and let's say, there we go, and then doop-a-doop-a-doo. I should have prepped this earlier, just to check it actually works. Oh, I'm also in British English, which is probably going to slow it down. Oh yeah, that's another thing, which is that abstract Wikipedia and Wikifunctions support different concepts of languages, more than Wikipedia does itself. And so you'd be able to say Australian English and have a different version than the main English version if that was appropriate. So different lexemes, different idiomatic expression. So Belgique French, Quebecois French, and all those different things. But again, subject to community decisions. And this is not working. You know what? Let's just all try it together and make it work not together as well. How's that? Okie dokie. So in that case, let's get started. You, on your laptops, hopefully can find a subject that appeals to you. Maybe a topic like the city you're from or an institution you care about, and try creating a first version. Or go to one that you care about and click edit and try to make a change. If you're going to make an edit that changes, Paris is the capital city of France to, Paris is the capital city of Germany, maybe don't save that. Vandalism, that would be sad. But you can get the idea of how that works, and that might be a bit easier to get started, just like what the interface looks like. Okie dokie. And yeah, big prompts here. Does this work in your language? Often the answer is going to be no. And working out whether the problem is the function's there but the lexemes aren't, or the lexemes aren't there and neither are the functions, these things are things we're going to need to work on together. Okie dokie. Thank you, everyone. And I'll be coming round and looming. So please ask me your questions. Thank you.
No.
Okie dokie. Hello, everyone. So we've still got about 20 minutes left, but it was recommended to me that I demonstrate a couple of things that I glossed over when I was showing the editing interface, just because it might be more helpful. So one of the things that might be easy to understand, he says, is that you can reuse items that you've already got. This is a bad place to do it. Let's go to... So if you're editing the Paris article and you want to reuse something, so you can copy and paste it inside the interface. So if I... Wait. So you see here, Paris is the capital of France, and I say, actually, I want to copy this, and then I add a new empty thing, and I replace that with paste, and I say, yep, that one, please. And then instead of capital, maybe let's say headquarters of... Not yet. You could only do it inside the single edit right now, but in the future, you will be able to do that. Anyway, and at that point, so you see, I got this one, and then I copied and changed it again, but I might not want to use Paris. So you see here, the outer function, replace abstract Wikipedia link to QID with bold. So I can copy from here and go empty thing, and then do paste, and I just want this bit, and now it will think about it or not. It will not think about it. It just hates me. Okie dokie. Well, never mind. I will delete this one. It will think again, or not think again. Okay. I'm just going to sentence separator, and we can then also move fragment before, and voila. It would be there, I promise. And how about I switch the interface just to English? Still missing. What about French? Maybe French. Nope. Okay. Well, I promise the copy and paste would have worked if only technology was not upset with me today, like every day. But yes, so there's copy and paste. There's moving things. You can delete fragments, of course, and add a new one above or below. There are other features we could add, and I'd be very interested if people, having used this interface, have some thoughts. I imagine everyone in this room is having some thoughts about the editing interface right now, and that is fine. I would love to hear them so that we can make improvements. But yes, if you're like, oh, I really want to convert this to a section button or something like that, we can also add those things as well. Yeah. Anyway, are there other kind of general questions or ideas that I could demo or talk about, or we go back to editing? Because everyone was talking before.
I'm pretty sure this is an underlying Wikifunctions thing, but maybe it would be useful to showcase how you can print out the list of things. So this person, I found a random page here. This person is this person is that, this person is that. So all the occupations, whereas it's a list on Wikidata, right? So if we can just list this person is that, comma, that, comma, that.
Yeah, so this is one of the actually very interesting questions about the difference between Wikidata and abstract Wikipedia, right? So on Wikidata, you can say X is a Y, a Z, an A, a B, a C. I can say that I am a software engineer and photographer, but you're probably not wanting to write about both of them in the article, or if there are 5 of them, you might only care about 3 of them and you ignore the other 2. And so in that case, you don't just want a function that blindly copies every single value from Wikidata and slams it into a single sentence. You want, as an editor, to choose which roles you're going to put in. But that said, yes, I think, if I remember correctly, there is a... is there a list of property values or something like types for arguments? Oh my god. List all... No... Yeah, these are all just test cases, which is less interesting. Yeah, so never mind. Isn't this a great demo? I can't find it at all. But there are functions on Wikifunctions already that do neat things with Wikidata. So in particular, we were like, you shouldn't need to hard code in the current governor of California is blah. It should just be able to pull that from Wikidata. It's not a good use of your time or anyone else's time to hard code it in, and then someone else has to come and update it later. On the other hand, that requires there is a function that can reach into the Wikidata item, pull out the correct current governor, whatever that means, handle the case where there's not a governor because someone's just died and no one's been appointed, or where one's just been elected that replaces the other one. So it gets quite complicated as a community process there of like what is the output of the sentence that we all want and in what circumstances. However, yes, welcome to Wikifunctions, but some work required still. Anything else? Otherwise, happy hacking, and we've got 15 minutes left. Thank you.
There's a session starting in a few minutes here. So if you're not here for the Wikidata session, please, go to where you want to be.
Rajal, can we use the mic?
Yeah. So can I start now or should I wait? Okay, good. Then hello, I'm lucky you are here. So my username is Hoggy456 and I contribute to Wikidata, and on today I want to show you a bit about how to add sources to Wikidata statements, as there are at the moment many statements in Wikidata what have no reference or have only a poor reference. With poor reference I mean that there's a statement as a reference what says this information was imported from Wikipedia, and then there's a Wikipedia language version mentioned, and sometimes also on Wikimedia import URL with a link to a specific revision from where the information was taken, but that's not so common. More common is imported from and then Wikimedia project, and that's a bad source, and so I think there needs to be done a lot in Wikidata, and that's what I want to show you now, and then you can do it on your own. And yeah, also if you only have a mobile device with you, we can try. As there is now a new feature for us with better support for mobile. I think it will be also interesting if someone adds with a mobile device that does also work. And now I start here. I have here 2 items. One item about an architect, one item about the French president, and I have looked at both items. In both items there are still many statements without proper references. And I will start with the item about Emmanuel Macron, the French president. And what I wondered about when I looked at this item is at the position held section. There you can see the different positions Emmanuel Macron had so far, and there I wondered when I see that there is so far no reference for all of his political positions he had so far, and that's something what I think it's not good and that needs improvement. And so I think maybe there are some people who have experienced what are good resources for that, because that's also a bit a part I wrote in the description for the session, that you need to be careful when adding source and need to think about, is it a reliable source or is it a source what relies on the Wikimedia projects to avoid circular reference, so that you are referencing to a source what took is information from the Wikimedia project, then you are self-referencing, and that's bad. So that needs to be avoided. And usually when I add sources that I can show in the item about Norman Foster, the architect, there's he got several awards, and one big award Norman Foster got was the Pritzker Prize, one of the most important Architecture Prize. You can see here in the award received section. So here you can see all the award. Norman Foster Gard, and there you can see here Norman Foster Gard in the year 1999, the Pritzker Architecture Prize. And if you then look here, so at least when I usually add online sources, as I don't have books available at home or something, or it's not some, I think I can use a source. And so then I usually make an online source, and then if I take an online source, then there's the URL. So it's the reference URL, then you need a title to say, okay, what is it, and the retrieval date. That's at least the minimum I add usually when I add a source. There are also some other properties, like where it was published and when it was published, but I usually don't take this thing so often, because I think usually, at least at such pages like here, sometimes they have been edited, and so then it's not sure if the publishing date is really reliable. But the retrieval rate is very important, because it can happen that the content changes, and so then you can find, depending on the retrieval date, if the website is no longer available, then you can look, okay, in the Internet Archive, what is the page archive nearest to this date, and then you can link to the specific archived version. And so yeah, that's so far the introduction. So here I think can use this item Norman Foster as an example. There you can then search for Pritzker, and I think if you search for Pritzker, then you find the statement about received Pritzker Architecture Prize, and then you can edit. But before, are there some questions? Do you have questions about adding sources? Okay. Yeah, okay, and so that's so far what I think what's the most important thing. But I'm now not sure if it will work, but I will try, because I created an upload form. Now I have seen some, it does not work every time, and it does only work if you have already done more edits, because it depends on quick statements. But I am a member of an hackspace called Temporary House, and there's a wiki project from this Temporary House, but as I think it contains a special letter, now I need to look if I will find it through Wikidata. And so I hope I will now find the wiki project, and there you can see here there are several pages. There's also one page about sources, and then here at the source there are some sub-pages, and there I linked a form. So here I have a form. I have here a form you can use to fill out. At the moment it depends on Germany, that maybe I should have changed before, but I have not thought about, so yeah, I'm not sure how helpful it is for you, as if you are looking for an item here, you get a German description. It can, I think sometimes can also help, but we not, but this is a form what can help with adding the sources to Wikidata statements, but it's necessary to check it after you edit it. But yeah, that can be maybe, if you want, you can use this form. Now if you want to add sources, and I think yeah, you can just look at topics you're interested in and then add some source, and maybe you have done during the session here some conversations also around what are good sources, because that I'm interested in to also learn what are good sources, what sources can be used, then also at several items, because I'm sometimes not sure what's really a good source or what not, and yeah. But that's so far for the introduction, and yeah, now you can edit on your own a bit and talk to other people, and I hope then there will be some exchange. Yeah.
So with adding the sources, is it possible to do that directly on Wikidata?
Yes, it's also possible to do directly on Wikidata. I can try if I can now find it for. Yeah, I can try. Maybe I can now demonstrate it for one example. Yeah, okay. I can demonstrate it here, for example, for the Prince Philip Designers Prize. I searched on yesterday, and there I found that I found a page, but at this page, not all. I need to look if it's written with 1 or 2. Oh, no, this was wrong. So, no. Men. Okay. Yeah, I can now demonstrate it on one example how you can do it. So here we know if the Prince Philip Designer Prize, I can copy it and I can search for it here. Because I found on yesterday a source here from the Design Council UK. And there in the text it's mentioned that Norman Foster received this award in 2004, so that can be used as a source. And so then it's now possible here to enter the statement. That can be done now. So you click here on Add Reference, and then you choose Reference URL, and then so at Reference URL you copy the URL you found here, and then insert it, and then as the second property it's the title, and here at the title usually I write there what's not in every time, but usually I look at the headline, or sometimes I take what's really there in the window at the top. So then I add here this, and then here you need to add a language. That's for the script to know how to format it. And the last thing is the date when the information was requested. So it's the 25th of July 2026. And then if you have edited it, you can click Publish. And now there is a new, I search again for Fritzke, then I will now get to the Prince Philip Designer Award. Now you can see here this award has now the reference. So this way it does work, and yeah, now you can do it on alone, and if you have questions you can ask me and then I can help.
I think the Internet Archive is storing much of the references from Wikipedia. Is it also storing the references who are in Wikidata? Do you know that?
Yes, sometimes not. So as I talk on today with the person who is operating the Internet Archive board, and as I understand, yeah, the board does check also sites on Wikidata, also items, but it does not cover all pages, or at least not so often, as there are many pages in Wikidata. But so far my experience was good, that I found, in most times I found the an archived version of the page when I needed it. So that's possible. And I've also found here for the Prince Philip Designers Award, I found I found sources. There's an old website version where also the winner of the other years are still mentioned, so it's possible to find sources, but I don't know how often Internet Archive bot is checking Wikidata items.
Yes, thank you. So another question is about other multiple sources or multiple references. Is this something that is encouraged? Because on Wikipedia, if my memory serves me right, usually when you want to add references to text, maybe a sentence, sometimes they advise you to limit it to like 2 or 3, even if there are more. Are there limitations to the number of sources? For example, this particular one you've just added, can we add maybe up to 3, 4, 5 different references?
Yes, it's possible, and I have seen it a lot at birth dates, for example, but I'm not sure if it's really useful to have so many references. But there are many references usually at birthdays, and I'm sometimes not sure if the references are really viable. Can you see here? So there are here many links to other authority files or some other things. So there are many. Sometimes there are very many references. So there's, as far as I know, no limitation. So you can add as many references as you want to a statement, if you want to. But I would not suggest that you do it, but you can do.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a little tip, there is a gadget that can be activated in the preference, which is current date, which is very useful when we edit references, because for the property retrieve, it states by default the date of the day, which is almost always the case. Current date in the preference in the gadget list of the user page.
Hi, we have another mic, so you don't need to hand out each time. Just let me know and I will hand it out. I'm right here, I'm your home manager.
What? Yes, the gadget. Yes, it's helpful. I will look at it. So far, I have not activated any gadgets or user script, and now at the moment here I'm not logged in, so now I cannot activate it, I think. But yeah, I think it's useful to have it, and so yeah, maybe you can use it. And now we can start with editing a bit. It seems like it's a qualifier, not a reference. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. This is not, so I think you can highlight reference. This is not a reference because it's yes, somebody pulled it from. Or just pulled it from Russian Wikipedia. So what came up now, and I think what's important to pay attention to, is that if you are editing, there are two sections. So you have here the qualifier and the references, and you need to pay attention to add a reference to the reference section and not to the qualifier section. So there's the second add symbol. I can maybe go to one without. Yeah, you can see it here. So if you are here in edit mode, you then need to click to add reference and not to the higher. Add qualifier, yeah, that's important to pay attention to.
Hi, this is more of an observation for those of us who edit in English Wikipedia and use info boxes that pull data from Wikidata. So the way those templates or info box templates are set in English Wikipedia, they will not pull a property from Wikidata unless it is referenced. And I will also add it has to be referenced from something other than a Wikipedia. So give an example. If you go to the, Emmanuel Macron and scroll down to put award received cross of the 7 arms at the top. The award received cross of the 7 arms. If you'll just put that at the top of the screen. So a little bit down further from that. Okay, so that, let's see, across. Yes, it's just above, oh, I got a different, okay, you just scrolled a little bit past it. So this is one, if you click on that, you'll see that is a good one. The info box pulling from Wikidata will pull from that. However, if you were to go down to, let's see, let me pick another one. Okay, let's go to Order of Leopold and click on that. And you see the only reference for that is from Russian Wikipedia.
J'ai peur qu'en scotchant le RJ, ça va perdre la connexion. Parce que après, en fait, ce que j'ai fait, c'est que j'ai coupé la languette. Parce que là, en fait, elle rentrait pas dans l'encoche qu'il a poussé. Je pense que c'est mieux si tu touches pas, hein, je te laisse comme ça.
assume good faith first. So this is, you know, these are some examples that came in. So this is not going to be as good. This will be, I think, fairly a decent American. It's not as good as the Scholar pieces. But, you know, these should be, you know, we consider these. Well, obviously, we do consider them reliable because I put them in some of these papers. Of course, this is. So yeah, so here's the scholarly article. These are particularly bad quality.
Okay. Because they are scholarly.
Yes, yes. But I think any of these should be, and I probably just found to Google's got a harder to search. So I'm starting to search for other searches. And I do fall back on the I will tough situation because I know that there are many administrators who are blocked for a very long time.
So the challenge with Ghana, Nigeria, and some other African countries, usually data is expensive. So we go for educators or workshops, we just want 1 or 2 hours. So in this room, there would have been 1 hour time and everybody connects to that. So someone outside the building and monitoring the everyday traffic that goes in and out would see all of us coming out through one IP address. So if that one IP is blocked, then you have blocked a lot of calls.
So, right. So generally, I know as I as administrator, if I am looking at some of these registers, I can't see their IP. So if I encounter a situation where somebody is blocked, and I won't unblock that account because I don't know it. So in order for somebody to see the IP address of the registered user, they have to have the check user. That we're talking about, it's not going to be instant, right? Somebody's going to say, I think there's a problem with this account that's editing, I want to see, I want to pacify the check user to make sure that typically that would be what we call soft public. Somebody's, they're registered more than one account in one person. They'll show up as being from the IP address. The really important thing is to get people registered, edit from the IP address.
So stemming from what you have just described now, usually when you go for these educators where you are recruiting new volunteers and they are all updating their accounts with one another, it is seen as one person creating multiple accounts. So they block all of them.
Yes, so
and that is quite demoralizing.
So what you do is okay, so it helps to get somebody in the event coordinator role. So what happens is that normally if you're say you have 25 people and they're all registering for their accounts, there's a 6-account limit per IP address. But if you have an event coordinator, basically, and I've done this, so as an event coordinator, somebody would, essentially give me their email address and what they want their username to be. And I would create the username and then email them the link so that they can then go ahead and use it.
This is when you create the account for them?
same for me whether I was an event coordinator or an administrator. But you see now I have this page, even though I'm logged in, I can create another account. Yes, I could do it for somebody else. And I would have to enter a password for them. But because I would email that person, you could just change it. I would email them in the password. They could come and change it. So this is.
But the humble apple, is it possible to reduce or maybe take example intuitive action when blocking mass number of IP addresses that affects us and our clients?
Yeah, I think the best thing to do would be to have somebody who has this capability of being the event coordinator. And then once you hit the 6 account limit, then they would start registering people, or they could just
Hi guys, so this session ends in a minute, and then there's a coffee and tea break, but you guys are welcome to stay. There's only another session at 4 p.m. if you want to continue the conversation or, but also there's tea and coffee, so feel free to do that. And then at 4, there's a lightning talk session in this room if anyone's interested in that. Cool.
Right, so in order to get this right, this is the page. If you go to here,
Is it the same as Meta Event Organizer, right?
as what?
Event Organizer. Meta Space Spider allows you to create
Okay. It's slightly, English Wikipedia has some slightly different things.
Hi guys, I see the room filling up a tiny bit. Originally in this room was supposed to be a Wikidata template session, but that's been moved to room 4. So if you're here for that, that's not here anymore. It's the lightning talk session happening in this room at 4. Cool, thank you.
So, where should we go? What's the room?
Room 4 is through the main doors of the conference, down the stairs on the 3rd level. 4? Room 4. Yeah. It's on level 3. Great.
Oh, I hope I can stay there charging my stuff, but... So we go?
We have a few more time, let's see. All right, request by Camilo again.
What Camilo did? What did he do? What did he do?
We're sending requests. He's checking all the duplicates for GNDs. No, you looked at the numbers. We're now already.
If you want him to stop,
Already.
you want him to stop a little bit for a while.
Already nearly 1,000 this month again.
Sorry, 1,000 this month.
A lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, come on back. We got 15 minutes. You know what's the funniest thing? You know how we found the front page in the end? It was just because I knew Jared.
But do you know that I never had something in room 4?
He saw the story. I told him the story one day.
Yeah, okay, but normally they have numbers and whatever. So
I think names start off the session. If it wasn't 4, it was 3, but those are room 3 and 4. No, wait, no,
don't have number, east and west.
No, that's east and west. It's on the other side.
Okay.
A lot of it is just
No, just
who you know.
you never been in any of these rooms.
Nope, never been.
That's mine.
Wikimedia Canada.
Exactly.
There was something around, but it's not.
Do you have contact with Wikipedia Canada?
Oh, that's because there was a Canada section here.
Yeah. Scary how it. Oh, Rosie, put a link to. You have a slide deck? You did. Awesome. Excellent. So I'm going to give preference to whoever we can one click and start presenting. We'll give those, and at the end, if people need to swap laptops, then they can do that. It'll be fast. Okay. Can we use this? Yeah. Yes. swapped rooms, so make sure you're here for unpopular opinions.
Richard, how was the fashion show?
It was pretty good, I think.
Was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
I'm sorry that I missed it.
It's okay, no problem. Yeah.
I should have been there earlier.
Yeah, yeah. We had trouble planning everything.
But there's photos, probably.
Yeah, there are photos. There's video. There's someone who, one person came. The person who dressed the best also came and stayed afterward. It was part of the karaoke and sang an amazing operatic piece in their costumes.
Yay, Wikimedians.
Yeah, then they got a video of it. It's pretty amazing. She had a whole Wikipedia outfit. She was like dressed very like she had this great Wikipedia globe beret, and then she had this whole dress suit that was like black and white. It was very tasteful with like little Wikipedia things. It was very nice. We put a lot of work into it. I think mostly her friend made it. Of course, I interviewed about that.
Well, that might be a really good, like a difference.
Yeah.
Talk about something fun, especially with so much serious stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a positive note. Did you go outside and do the puzzle thing?
No.
Okay.
Well, I gotta do this.
The puzzle at 5, so
Okay.
as long as you're there before 5,
Okay.
you just go out the main door,
Okay.
and they've got all these puzzle pieces of the globe. And if you do it and you find yours, and it's easy to find because they've got the numbers, they give you a thing for lottery to win a prize.
Okay.
And I don't know if the prize is one of the pieces or something else. I have no idea. But anyway, before 5.
Okay, I'll try. I'm supposed to be here, and then I'm supposed to also maybe go to Hackathon. We'll see.
Well, if you can
Yeah,
make
yeah.
it-
Well, I'll try. Yeah, thank
if
you.
can make it to-
Yeah. I mean, I want to. But I like puzzles, especially like giant puzzles.
It's a huge puzzle. And it's numbered, so it's a little bit
Yeah.
not so hard.
That's good.
It's okay.
I think things aren't so hard. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm all for not so hard, especially now. I don't know about you, like I'm kind of brain fuzzy.
Yeah.
It's been a long week, really long. I mean, I've been on since I got off the plane and the shuttle took me to my hotel, and I immediately had to come to the venue and start hanging pictures. And it was like, did you get to walk around the city?
A little bit. The first day, I think I went some. We went to the archaeology. The architecture museum and Sacré-Cœur.
Okay.
So we'll see a little more, but whatever. Yeah, it's good. I mean, also, I walked around this park, which is it's nice. It's a nice park, you know. I think there is a. Hey.
I had a session we can use.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, I told them about your, we can use it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I think it would be good for you to do something like signpost or whatever,
Yeah,
so people know about it. I was impressed.
Hey, great. Thank you.
So glad I made it. Hey, Richard.
Hey.
So where do you sit for this?
Wherever you want.
Great. All right.
To us, and then it stayed here.
I think all seats are for grabs except for that one.
I don't think I do. Hi. Phil is here.
Do you not think that how you started and how they waited for you to turn 18? Tell him, he's a journalist. He's ready to book about us.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well,
What do you
20 years ago, I was almost 18 when the Wikipedia Serbia in Montenegro. We wanted to get live, but they wanted to make it 18 so I could be on the board. And I've been on the board ever since. Basically, with 18 years and 4 days. And how old were you when you started editing? 17. Yes. That's great.
the person who reported on Wikipedia Day in New York, and there was an article in the, and this is, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to violate their privacy, but the person who reported on it was someone for the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, was someone who started editing Wikipedia when I think he was 7 years old.
No.
When, yes, when he was like a special kids correspondent for like National Geographic. He started a Wikipedia article about himself, and it's still there to this day.
I met him. Yes, I met him.
So please don't use this story without asking him.
Yeah, no. He introduced himself to me at the conference, and he interviewed me. I might have been quoted in the Brooklyn.
Yeah, it was
Eagle
a funny
article.
piece. Yeah. I just noticed his name, and like he had this like. First I just noticed he was like the kid reporter.
Did you have when there's child prodigies like Audrey Tang? You know who Audrey Tang is? Yeah. Okay, so if you read Audrey Tang's bio on Wikipedia, like they started like programming age 3. They were teaching at Harvard age 14 or something. I mean, child prodigy, right? So I guess you can start editing.
Yeah.
And you know, the thing that I've heard from the younger editors is it's a wonderful place where it's a meritocracy, and you're not judged on your age or your identity. You know, it's like.
I mean, it's a very imperfect system. We're trying to reach a lot of communities more. But you know, when I started on Wikipedia, I wasn't doing so well in college, and Wikipedia was a great intellectual outlet.
Temple Woods first edit. My sister is. That was her first edit. So she recognized later that it was vandalism, stopped doing that. And before.
Get started in 3 minutes. This is for the unpopular opinions. It was a room swap, so make sure you are here for unpopular opinions, lightning talks.
If you're here for the Wikidata template talk, that's in room 4.
And if you're sign up for a talk, make sure you put a link to your slides or whatever you want to show. We're going to give preference to the folks we can get to their content in one click. And for folks who want to demo or show something, you're going to have to wait until we can plug you in later on. So talks that require only one click will be given preference first. And then we'll go to the other folks. Thank you. 3 more minutes. I don't think we'll have any Q&A because we'll just run through the talks real quick.
Everyone's just going to talk, so even online, we want to, yeah.
Are there any online speakers?
No, I don't.
I don't think so.
But I'm just saying if anyone has a question.
Yeah, probably won't have time for that.
Okay.
Just run through the talks.
Sure.
Okay. Hello.
This is Matt, right? Okay.
No, did you put a link to what you want to talk about?
Yes, but however, I might be able to airdrop it. Just give me a second.
No, it should be a clicky link.
Yeah. No, I just want to show them all the picture with you. So yeah, that's why.
Okay, so it should be a link from here. If we can get to.
Okay, I'll try. Yeah.
Yeah. Try to make sure it links.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And you're in good shape. Beware, it's a French keyboard, so it's kind of odd for most people. What's that?
Oh yeah, it's Windows computer anyway. Come on.
I've never seen a keyboard quite like this.
Oh, I thought you were running your laptop, but it is not.
No, it's not my laptop.
Oh, because it's French computer. Yeah, it's not laptop.
All right. All right, let's get started, folks. Welcome. Are you excited to be at the end of Wikimania? Woo!
Well, sad. Mixed feelings, right? It's the end, but it's the end. So thank you for coming today. It is always fun to have lightning talks that are more on the lighter or improvised side. We ran this last year. It was very, very fun and successful, so we decided to do it again. It is called the Unpopular Opinions Lightning Talks, which is a little bit unusual. And you have an Etherpad there if you want to access some of the content that we're talking about, or you want to jot down any questions or notes. Some very basic guidelines. The session invites Wikimedians to step outside of their comfort zone and to propose unconventional, provocative, or wildly idealistic changes to how our projects and communities work. No proposal is too strange as long as it's presented in good faith with a dash of humor and a lot of heart, and I should have added, and not mean. It can be edgy, but let's not be mean, okay? Be thoughtful, respectful, constructive, rooted in a desire to improve Wikimedia, but don't be mean. Safe space policy still does apply. We are gonna apply a very hard 5-minute stop. So when someone hits the 5 minutes, I will start clapping and you will all start clapping, right? Like this. Help me clap or wave. Yes, good. So we will kindly tell the person speaking, we appreciate their time, but get off the stage. So first round speakers get priority, meaning that the folks who've signed up, if we have any extra time, which maybe not, we will allow some other speakers. Folks who I can click on their link and get to their content right away will be given priority just for speed. And so other folks who want to plug in, hopefully they won't need to, can get their stuff through as well. For the speakers up here, we have a little prize or a little appreciation. We have a bucket of crabs. This is, this was an accident. We had a phone call recently where Christoph Henner said he's sick of the crap mentality. I thought he said crab mentality. If anyone knows what crab mentality is, it's a real thing. It means you pull other people down. You don't want people trying new things. So this inspired me to bring a bunch of crabs. So when you're done speaking, you get to have a crab. As representing you are a crab who got out of the pot and did your own thing. So you can choose red or blue crabs. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with our talks. Who is first? It is Rosie. Applause for Rosie, please. Woo! Your speaker notes. Okay, go for it. It is a French keyboard, so let me know if you need help.
How do I move forward?
On this? Is that okay?
Got it.
Okay.
And I'm talking to this. Hi, everybody. Wikipedia has a plethora of articles with lead paragraphs that are too short. Short leads affect an article's discoverability, its perceived authority, and its value to readers. For historical women writers, my area of work as a visiting scholar at Northeastern University, this issue of short leads is especially significant as it relates to improving representation and visibility for an underrepresented group. This is a quality control issue on a massive scale. Community-driven initiatives exist, such as the month-long Women in Red editathon titled Double the Lead. While there's value in collaborative efforts, they also underscore the need for more efficient and scalable methods to address a backlog of articles with short leads, in this case, biographies, but other topics ad nauseum. The positive feedback received from the straw poll I conducted here, Wikimania 2025 Unpopular Opinions, Bold Lightning Talks to Shake Up Wikimedia, that session confirmed a community-wide interest in exploring technological solutions to the challenge. Today, this is the postmortem to the experiment. In August 2025, when I got home from Wikimania Nairobi, I began thinking through a research project based on improving the leads of historical women writers' biographies. The The hypothesis was that a tailored prompt and pasted content, generative AI could simultaneously expand short lead paragraphs and improve the article's quality as measured by its AURA's score. I started with a data set of articles I had created between April 2017 and August 2025. There were 705 biographies of pre-20th century transatlantic English language women writers that I had created as a visiting scholar. I culled it down to a subset of 75 articles, an arbitrary but compelling number, not quite 10% of the whole. These had to meet the criteria of short lead, which I defined as no more than 2 sentences, and have an AURA's rating of start class or C class. Ergo, it excluded stubs and B class or better. The selection process, including I clicked on an article. If it met the criteria, it was in the study. If it didn't, it was out. I used paid versions of ChatGPT and Gemini AI. For consistency, I chose not to use the free versions of other chat bots. The results were conclusive. Using a highly structured prompt and pasting the content of the Wikipedia article into a generative AI chatbot resulted in expanded and improved leads as measured by improved AURA's ratings in 73 out of 75 instances. One time it came back 0, one time it was down. From start to finish, the average time spent on an article was 6.68 minutes. My budget was 0, no grant. All my work as a visiting scholar at Northeastern University is done in a volunteer capacity and is facilitated by Wiki Education Foundation. Yay to you if you're in the room. Thankfully, I finished the project in February 2026, as on March 20th of this year, English Wikipedia enacted a policy prohibiting the use of Gen AI in content production. I'm happy to discuss this with anyone who has interest in it. Thank you very much for letting me share with you the analysis of my Wikimania 2025 Unpopular Ideas Lightning Talk. Yay, bye.
Next we have AB0 now. All right. Unprotected? I think it's still protected.
Oh, yeah.
You used to unprotect your slide?
I've not done this before, so.
Oh.
Probably, can you try to open the one?
Yeah, just change permission to anyone can view. Okay, next, Youngjin, you're next.
Can the first one go first? Actually, seriously.
Sure.
Seriously, yeah.
Okay.
I need to prepare.
All right. People are bringing their best here. Okay, Richard Faros. Let's get Faros up here.
Yeah, sure. Happy to be Richard, please. Yeah. For our audience. Yes, and I guess this is where I click. I can click here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to click on?
Yeah, I don't want to click anything yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to my Unpopular Opinion Lightning Talk. I wanted to share something about Wiki News, the most unpopular possible topic in the Wikimedia universe. So I'm trying to be true to the spirit of this talk, of the lightning talks here. So I think Wiki News started out many, many years ago. It had a rather flawed model. It was basically reproducing or recreating Wikipedia articles, but of lower quality and on a shorter time span. I don't think it worked, but I think that Wikipedia is a vital place for news. And I think it can be a more vital place for news. And I think we need to build a portal so that it can be. I think the main, people are sometimes evaluating the trends of tech in the world, and maybe they get the hottest new thing. So people are looking at chatbots. Chatbots are the new thing. People are going to go to chatbots instead of Wikipedia. I think that's a little bit wrong. because the biggest problem, I think, is that Google is excluding us from search results. People aren't going there. So look at things that Wikipedia can reach people at. One of the ways that people still are getting news, unfortunately, is social media. They're not getting it, unfortunately, as much they are through proper news sources. They're getting it through social media. They're getting it things through like Facebook and Reddit and other places. But I think that Wikipedia as a destination, as a place that says this is the front page of the internet, says these are the news items of the day, and you can follow them and you can get factual, neutral, boring information about them, can be a really powerful tool. It can be a place that people can go as a destination rather than something that they reach from a search from Google for the long tail of things. They can find what are the hot items happening during the day. So I just want to show, by comparison, the closest thing that we have right now is this portal Current Events, which exists on English Wikipedia and many other language Wikipedias. You'll see there are about 4 news items at any given time. Usually it takes about 2 weeks or something to cycle through them, so it's very slow, very deliberative. There are also other layers, so you'll see that there are a lot of bullet points here about items around the world, about conflicts, about elections. There's a list of ongoing things, and all of them have like a headline-like text and a link to a source, this is nice, and people are putting real work into this, but it's not optimized to be like user-friendly, to be a place where people can go and actually get their news. I find it really useful as a Wikipedian. I've gone here during difficult times in the news when I don't want to see like the blaring, sensationalistic, hateful things, because this is a nice, boring news about difficult subjects. So it's calming for me, but maybe won't suit a mass audience. And you can see that people have like discussions about what articles should be on the news, what articles should be on in the news and which should not. A lot of discussions back and forth, and basically everything gets rejected, or not even, which is sad, and it's not how it should be. And I want to show you something interesting, and maybe it jives with my experience. I had a look at, people are always talking about how Wikipedia's viewership stats are going down. If you look at, I'm sorry, let me just change this to the logarithmic view. Yes. So if you look at the logarithmic view, the main page is going down a bit, while the current events are actually going up slightly, which is interesting. I think some people are using Wikipedia for news and appreciate this nice, boring, neutral format, and I think maybe we can build on that. I want to share a tool that some folks built with Wikimedia New York City. It just launched the first possible version, 0.0001, on July 1st. All vibe coded. It's called Wikinewsy. So Wikinewsy as in the small children selling newspapers in turn of the century New York City around the year 1900. Right now it counts Wikipedia articles on English Wikipedia and other Wikipedias by the number of unique recent editors. So not the number of edits in total, and that doesn't count page views because that's hard to do in such a short time span, but by the unique editors. So how much collaboration is going on there? The top topic right now is the protests in India, and the second topic is also related to the protests in India. You'll see some things about recent deaths. You'll see things about conflicts, about new political parties, a lot about sports. And the nice thing about this is you can change the time span, so things that have been updated in 3 hours or 6 hours. You can also click on something and you can log in with your Wikimedia account. It's OAuth compatible. You can change the image, so a lot of articles don't have an image. You can add a headline, so explain why this item is in the news. You can add a Wikidata type event that it's linked to. Maybe it's an election, maybe it's a death, maybe it's something else. Yeah, and I want to just share. We're on Fabricator, and we have a lot of bugs about a lot of interesting things which can be done with Wikinewsy, but are not yet, and we worked on some of them in the hackathon. And I encourage you to join this and see maybe if you want to contribute in some ways. And it is also, of course, available in various languages which you can use. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Take your crab, Richard. Choose a crab. We have 4 seats up here. We got a lot of people back there. Feel free to come on up if you want to fill one of those 4 seats. And then Peter, you want to try coming up here again while we... Yes. Right. Where are we? This one? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. You want to... Okay. Ready? Here we go.
Hi, I'm Ab0 now. Mine is on Wikimedia Commons should allow non-commercial licensing. How do I advance this? Okay, okay, we must stop living in the past. Our licensing justifications are stuck 20 years in the past with an ideology that to be truly free, we must allow commercial use in all cases. We are now in the age of AI. Human creatives are now more incentivized than ever to use non-commercial licensing to protect their work from AI. Where freedom of panorama has been introduced, the majority of it, but not all of it, I mean, there are some good examples of it being commercial as well, is non-commercial only. To be a truly useful media repository, Wikimedia Commons should be able to allow non-commercial freedom of panorama, FOP. Otherwise, public artworks that are essentially subject to EURA, which is a US law, I'll talk about it in the next slide, in France and Japan, which have non-commercial FOP, something that was not anticipated 20 years ago. The aforementioned, non-commercial licensing will allow us to decenter authoritarian regimes. Okay, the aforementioned EURA, the Uruguay Round Agreement Act, is a US copyright law. Allowing non-commercial licenses gives us flexibility to circumvent that for US copyright restored artworks in countries where the works are public domain and have non-commercial FOP, as well as host public artworks that are still in copyright, because we definitely want to be able to show them if we can. Non-commercial licensing also allows us to avoid the ambiguity around buildings in Crimea and other occupied Ukrainian land that Russia has, without recognition, annexed, since Russian FOP allows buildings, while Ukraine only has non-commercial FOP. We can simply say Slava Ukraini and accept the non-commercial FOP of Ukraine in such cases and move on. We limit ourselves by rejecting non-commercial licensing. As Jock James said in his lightning talk last year, it's not so much they are limiting us by licensing non-commercial, it is us limiting ourselves by not allowing non-commercial licensing. If Wikimedia were able to use CC by NC with or without share alike, we could also iron out the kinks in non-commercial licensings that makes it difficult to share files in a particular way, sometimes even though there is no profit motive involved. Many people use non-commercial licenses, and we would attract more contributors if we allowed them the flexibility of using an NC license. We could also open up more government-created files from countries and their subdivisions that put out their works under a non-commercial Creative Commons license. We are not a Silicon Valley company. We shouldn't need to pretend that we are. At the very heart of it, the Wikimedia movement is not for profit. The foundation raises money, and yes, money is very useful when it is invested in people, but we are not actually of Silicon Valley, and we should stop trying to think like them, because the pursuit of money is what matters to Silicon Valley, while the collection and dissemination of knowledge is what matters to us. And we can still commit to free knowledge and allow non-commercial licenses. We don't actually have to choose commercially free media. And so, let us be honest with ourselves and free ourselves from restricting non-commercial licenses. The world's knowledge is out there. Let's put more of it on our projects. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can go now? Excellent. Let's do that.
Don't open the slides. Don't open the link.
Don't open the link?
Yeah, it's about to be crashing, please.
Oh.
F5. No, it's F5.
I don't know.
Overlay. Okay, there we go.
Which one?
No, don't open it. I'll open it.
Okay. All right, here you go.
All right. Hello, everyone. I have 3 news to share, actually. They are the all on casuals, actually. No, one is serious one, yeah. But the first, thank you for buying keycaps. I like to spend like the 400 euros almost to making the entire keycaps. That's why I had to charging it, but I apologize for that. But however, if everyone likes it, then I could do more. So please give me any feedbacks, ideas, please. Yep. And second, I have updates. No, not this one, not this one, not this one, not this one. Yes, I started inspired from him. I started same thing, and then like doing the unpopular ideas in the ESAC conference. So we discussed if we was able to more uncasually discuss about random ideas. We talked about like the closer wiki news, for example. So it was really, really great to see like how the random ideas. Hopefully this has been expanded to everywhere, so we can get some unpopular ideas. Let's give a clap. Okay, and lastly, this is actually a serious one this now. I want to give the updates. I'm not gonna go over the presentation because I only have 5 minutes and I'm not gonna do the presentation. Here's the report that how the wondering the Wikiball, the AI translation tool. Here's how it works, basically. So here's like, okay, I'm going very fast because only one reason. So significantly difference between the when the Wikiball is after implemented, the viewership has been increased. That's one thing we significantly have to do. However, we know there is a challenging. So you want to listen to more of that? No, I have to close. I have to go there back. There is actually a video that I did on during the East local conference, the regional conference, East Conference 2026 at Kaohsiung. So here's the video. So feel free to find it. However, how you search it? Just search. I don't know how this keyboard's layout is. It's terrible. Okay. Probably if you saw the Wikiball, there is about one of slides, one of videos of mine. But what's this? What's this? What is this Wikiball thing as well? They're very old, 10 years old. It posted like 14 years ago. There's another Wikiball demonstration. However, not that. There's a YouTube named Wikiball as well. Come on. However, yes, here's my video. So like please report to this video because I cannot able to do the presentation during Wikimania. So I'm just gonna make advertisement. If you're interested, watch this. Like the 43 minutes, like the full long discussions, that's the question and answer by Bob Foundation and any people in the regional. Feel free to reach out to me. Yes, so basically that's it. So lastly, since I have a time, I'm gonna ask 2019 to how you think about Wikiball. One sentence. One sentence, please.
Shit.
Really?
Like the Opera Street. Opera Street. Yeah. That's easy.
Yeah. Okay, you don't need to really explain it because I just want one word. Thank you. Crap, because I already got one.
You got a crap. Okay, you got a crap. We got 2 more seats up here. If anyone wants to come on up, 2 more seats. Not only did we get 1 lightning talk, we got 3 lightning talks in one shot. That's great. So let's go back and take a look at this list here. I'm trying to find the order. I think you might be next. Yes, you are next. Amir.
No slides needed for this time.
Thank you.
Yes, no slides needed. I have some notes here, but really. Hi. There's so many of you. So we have big problems. Everybody is speaking about the fact that we have big problems, AI summaries, young people purportedly searching for everything on YouTube, young people searching for everything on Instagram, young people searching for everything on TikTok, young people searching for everything on ChatGPT, all kinds of contradictions, like all of these things cannot be true at the same time. Big problems. But yeah, those are big problems, I agree. Some people think that they have solutions for them, and yet we keep talking about big problems. We talk a lot about the need to experiment to solve those big problems. And I agree with that. We do need to experiment to solve big problems. It's just that I get the feeling about a lot of those experiments. Andrew asked me not to be mean, so I won't give examples right now. That those experiments, fine experiments, but they aren't really solving the problems. And some of them, like, I cannot even imagine how could they solve those problems, but whatever. And my conclusion from this, from like just observing this, is that no one has a clue, to quote one of my favorite rock bands, Pavement. No one has a clue. I also don't have a clue, honestly. I don't know how to solve those big problems. I agree that they exist, but I don't know how to solve them. And since no one has a clue, do feel free to disagree, but that's my feeling. No one has a clue. I also don't have a clue. And since no one really has a clue, let's embrace not having a clue. Let's just say, we don't know how to solve those big problems with experiments, data-driven hypothesis, and all that. We don't know. Instead, let's do something else. Let's just massively, let's decide that the big priority what was that? Let's agree, maybe, that the priority for all of us who can, well, all the bodies in the movement who have the capacity to develop technology, develop product, should be to massively improve our editing and moderation platforms. It's not like it's not happening, it is happening, but it should be happening much more. And this includes things like, I will just give like a tiny list of examples. This means true feature parity, editing feature parity in the editing platform across all the languages, which means, among other things, global templates, but not only that. True feature parity across mobile and desktop. A very common complaint from editors is that, oh no, I never read Wikipedia on mobile because I don't have all the features that I need. So let's fix that. Let's make true feature parity, complete feature parity between desktop and mobile. And let's make more interactive content and new types of graphics and so on. The list could be very long. I don't have time for that. Now, my super naive theory is that if we make better editing tools, editors will make better content, more and better content. More diverse content, more modern content, and this maybe will bring some of the readers back from the conversation simulators into Wikipedia, because we will be able to actually compete with them nicely. My other super naive theory is that we are kind of already saturated in terms of the number of readers that we can have in the big languages, but we can grow a lot in the small languages. And if we make good editing and translation tools that help make more content in the smaller languages, we can grow there. I am not promising you that this will work and that this will solve big problems. I cannot promise this, I don't know. I don't have a clue. And, but since no one has a clue, let's try this. In the worst case, we will have better editing tools. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Next is Jeremy. Jeremy? No, I don't see Jeremy. Okay, then how about Jan Einali? Oh, he's a session right now, that's right. Okay.
All right, can we go to full screen? Yes. No, not full screen. We have. There we go. All right, so hi, my name is Jan Einali, user Einali, and I think that the Wikimedia movement should not use, guide, encourage, or even support non-free software. Ah, that's my fault. But because I feel there is a contradiction in this. We create open content, but too often we also use closed tools. And I argue that tools shape our culture. If our tools aren't open, our culture aren't even open either. And this is not just some ideology. This creates exclusion, real exclusion, where some people simply can't participate because of the tools. It could be technical access, because some tools are not available on certain platforms. It could be the current geopolitics, where some projects might get blocked on certain platforms. Now, I know we are not primarily using GitHub. We have our own repositories, but a lot of our community projects still are on here. And continuing this with some regimes in the world and the data some tools collect means that some contributors and users don't even feel they have the luxury to participate if they have to use these kind of tools. And it, of course, creates a platform dependency for us if we are relying on these kinds of tools. And as Cory Doctorow has made famous, we will be in a loop of enshittification. And we're up to the whims of terms of services, where some says we can just turn you off whenever we feel like it. There's a lot of links here supporting my statements as well, if you want to go for those. And there might be changing terms of services. So today they say we want to use your content for anything, but the next day that might be used for training AI. Or tools might just be sunset. Of course, that happens in open source as well, but then you might be able to fork it and use it further. And this is a lost opportunity for us. We're feeding the big tech, we're feeding their systems, we give them metrics, uses data, and actual data. Sometimes we pay for this service with money. We are certainly paying for them with clout. They're very happily announcing if Wikimedia is using their tools. And we hear all the time, but proprietary tools are better. The open source doesn't work. And this really paints us into like a corner, a convenience catch-22, which is difficult to break free from, but if we as a movement collectively say we want to contribute to these open ecosystems, we don't have to settle. We can make the tools better and improve them. And also, everybody is already on this platform. We have to be there. But we have seen in the past that these network effects doesn't last forever. People are changing platforms maybe by 5 or 10 years. And it also helps if someone is a first mover. And it's not all or nothing, of course. It never is. We can start small, we can move forward, we can do it intentionally. We can use the larger commons out there with love and care and start replacing tools. Here's just examples of tools that are kind of mature that we could start using in small ways. And there are plenty of lists of vetted tools. The last one is even a list of lists, which we like. And change is possible. We don't have to fix everything at once. We pick one tool, we make one change. We should radiate intent that we want to make this change with our toolings, because that will give people confidence and comfort to move forward. So let our tools reflect our values. This is a link to a talk by Benjamin Mako-Hill, which is, I think, now 12 years old, but it's still as current as it was back then. Because I think this open knowledge, open community is more than content, it's more than licenses. It's a culture, it's a community, it's a freedom, and we shouldn't build the foundation for that on something we don't control. And no Q&A, but you can find me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. No time. How do we get out of this, Jan? F11, my goodness. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Ooh. Oh, that's me. Okay. Goodness gracious, look at that. Gotta kill my own timer. All right, great. All right, my name is Andrew Lee. I am going to talk today about making the Wikimedia movement more media. Yeah, so Wikimedia Commons, I think most people know what it is, but if you don't know, it's the free open media repository originally for centralizing shared images in Wikipedia. It has more than 140 million files, images, audio, video, 3D models. It's pretty awesome. But have you ever tried clicking on these buttons? How many people have clicked on these buttons before? What do you find when you click on these buttons? That is what you get. Imagine the average person going to Commons looking for stuff, and the first thing they read is, this category should only contain other categories. What? I'm a Wikimedian, I'm not even sure what that means. All right, videos. Obviously there's gonna be videos here, right? No. This is a requiring frequent diffusion and maybe maintenance. Audio. Oh my. This category has become too crowded. We are exposing all of our flaws to public visitors. It's like showing your warehouse and all the stuff that's rotten on the shelves, right? It's bizarre. And then finally, 3D models, which took 7 years. 7 years to get this button on the front page of Wikipedia after we started supporting, Wikimedia Commons, before we started showing it to people. And then you don't see any 3D models in 3D models. Amazing. This is the experience of hitting Wikimedia Commons. This should depress us all. So what do we do about this? Well, we should maybe call ourselves Wikitextia. Then the problem is solved. We don't report to Give You Media. We're Wikitextia. No, that's no good. So remember our charge in 2030. This is the strategy we're talking about. In less than 4 years, we have to be the essential infrastructure. We are showing diffusing categories and all that stuff. Is that our infrastructure? Well, also in 2015, if you remember, the foundation did a survey and said after mobile support, multimedia was like number 2. So the public wants multimedia. We're not giving it to them, and we're showing them non-diffusing categories instead, right? So what can we do? Well, Commons is still treated as an image supplier for Wikipedia. It overshadows a lot of what it could be doing as a multimedia platform, and we're missing lots of opportunities because we know we have successes, right? Wiki Loves Monuments is registered as the world's largest photo contest. And do we actually take advantage of the fact that 50% of the people signing up every year are new people? No, we really don't, right? GLAM institutions worldwide are using Commons in great amounts. We did a survey out there, and the 2 sites the GLAM folks engage with the most are Commons and Wikidata. Wikipedia's 3rd. So are we really firing on this promise of Commons? Not really, right? So how do we move beyond this? Well, we should be experimenting a lot more. Now with vibe coding and AI and a lot of agentic stuff, this is something you could whip up in 3 days. So this is a front page browser for Wikimedia Commons I whipped up where you can sample all of our best stuff, and why aren't we showcasing this on the front page of Wikimedia Commons? This is something that Kevin Piravi, I don't know if he's here. No, he's presenting somewhere else. He made this as a commons.gallery as a tool for the Wiki Portraits project to curate collections so that we could send out professional-looking portfolios to news organizations to say, hey, use our photos. And this is a really important thing that we're missing on Commons. This is an example of a tool that we just coded up that allows you to do like a 360 panosphere and look around and bring up Wikipedia articles by clicking on items in the image. So we're really not fulfilling our potential for giving an interesting interface to people to get to multimedia in the Wikimedia movement. So why do we care about multimedia now? Well, the fact is Wikipedia is not competing against Britannica anymore. Right? It's competing against TikTok, as Amir said. YouTube, Instagram, Netflix, Pinterest, they're all visually rich, visual first. And we're not even visual second or third. We're very visual missing on the front page of Wikimedia Commons, right? The great thing about video and multimedia, it teaches you right away. I don't care what language you speak. You watch that, you now know what Cha-Cha the dance is about. We don't take advantage of that enough, right? We're worried about, okay, how are we going to translate this? And how are we going to get more readers, quote unquote? Show them a video. Now everyone knows what a cha-cha is as a dance, right? We overlook that all the time. All right, possibilities and inspirations. Sites like Google Arts and Culture, but as Jan Einli said, this is a commercial site. Shouldn't we be having something as good as Google Arts and Culture in the open access world, right? Wiki Documentaries is a project that tried to do exactly that. And we've always cared about multimedia. We tried it in the past in 2010. Open video is not so good right now, yikes. We tried it again 2014 with MP4, but we can do a lot more. So my final thing is, let's get rid of this and do better. That's it, thank you. All right, next person is, oh no, I gotta go all the way back. What's that? I'll go back here. Who is after me on the list? home. Yes, thank you. No slides, right? Yeah. Okay.
So we are not living on a submarine. We all watch the news and know what is happening in the United States. And on my personal point of view, it's an erosion of democracy and rule of law that is happening in the United States. And Wikimedia Foundation is located in United States, and it poses some dangers for it. Politically, societally, in terms of safety and so on. So, first of all, political dangers. We all heard, we all seen President Trump and his close allies threatening Wikipedia, saying that this Wikipedia is fake news. And he has a tremendous political power. He can crush us like a cockroach. And not only him, all of the MAGA is against us. All of the MAGA thinks that we are fake news. There are also legal questions. First of all, Wikimedia Foundation, being located in San Francisco, puts it into 2 legal jurisdictions instead of 1, in the federal jurisdiction of United States and also in jurisdiction of state of California. So there are 2 political systems that it should follow and whose laws it should follow. The judicial system, there are many frivolous lawsuits in United States where you just don't like something that was written about you in Wikipedia, and it is extremely easy there to file a lawsuit and make problems for someone, which is not a case in many other countries. For example, in European countries, they have guardrails for that. They have a slap laws, which United States don't. Well, on federal level, some states do, but on federal level, there are no slap laws. And also, we are seeing that the judicial system in the United States is eroding and becoming less independent by the day. What I was shocked to see, that there is happening what we in Ukraine call telephone justice, when a judge, instead of taking informed and independent decision, first takes a phone call to government official to decide what his decision should be. And we unfortunately see that happening in the United States, erosion of rule of law. Also, you all have seen ICE kidnapping or even killing people who are not citizens of United States, and even doing that to citizens of United States. And what? Wikimedia Foundations have a lot of employees who are not citizens of United States, and they are there by visa or something like that. So the fact that nothing bad has happened to WMF employees yet doesn't mean that it will not happen in the future. So it's another danger that we face. Also, well, it's maybe my personal opinion, but I also heard it from other people that Wikimedia Foundation now a bit acts like Wikimedia United States and not is so much interested in what is happening in other countries because it's being separated by oceans from the rest of the world, and Wikimedia Foundation should be on place where to see what's happening in other countries, in other communities. And the last of all, there are many countries that that are more suitable for this role. Many countries, for example, in Western Europe, that have liberal laws which have rule of law, where government would be a friend of Wikimedia movement, not its rival. Countries where very many things will be easier. Countries where, okay, last sentence. Okay, last sentence. So I'm not saying that it should pack its things. Okay. That it should pack its things tomorrow and move, but it should have a backup plan for a rainy day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one, ACED. ACED, yes. That's very good.
You've hit the lottery today. Okay, so my unpopular opinion is that Wikimedia should launch large-scale email newsletters the way news publishers do. Okay, raise your hand if you read email newsletters from media publishers. Anyone? Okay, some people do, most people don't. You are not the target audience for these newsletters. But I think I still think that it's useful, and let me explain. So you all know the problem, right? Wikipedia has this problem, and big media outlets also have this problem. Web traffic is going away because of AI, especially because of Google changes, right? Google doesn't send readers to Wikipedia, and neither it does for news media. There is this term coined in the media industry called Google Zero. That's a term that denotes what happens when Google stops acting as a traffic sending gateway to the open web. So news media also has this problem, and what have news publishers, one of the many ways news publishers have used to address this problem is running large-scale email newsletters for mass audiences. And the benefit of this medium is that it offers direct access to audiences, right? Because right now, the vast majority of traffic comes from Google, and that means we are really reliant on Google algorithm changes, right? Tomorrow, Google decides to change how it distributes traffic, we lose most of our traffic. For email newsletters, we have direct unfettered access to readers through their email inboxes. And that's what makes this medium so useful for media outlets. So, for example, the New York Times has about 2 million email addresses, and about 50 million have signed up to receive an email newsletter. So while most people in this room don't read email newsletters from media outlets, we see that hundreds of millions of people do read. The Guardian reports having over 5 million unique newsletter subscribers, and so on. So major news publishers have millions, and in some cases even dozens of millions of email subscribers. So my question is, why shouldn't Wikimedia do the same? Why shouldn't Wikimedia launch its own email newsletters? By Wikimedia here, I mostly mean the Wikimedia Foundation, but also potentially affiliates and some other stakeholders. We have a lot of things to work with. First of all, we have a lot of great content to repurpose, right? Wikipedia, other Wikimedia projects, images, videos, 3D models, and so on. Then we also have strong technical capabilities within the foundation. The foundation already uses email at a large scale for email fundraising, so people know how to set up large-scale email newsletters already. And still we have a lot of web traffic to market such newsletters. It is going away, it will become smaller, but for now we still have it, and we can use it, we can be bold and use it actively and aggressively to market such email newsletters. And here I mean not like newsletters about Wikipedia, not newsletters that, I don't know, tell you about 15 updates from the Wikimedia Foundation, what's happened in the communities, but newsletters with content from Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects. Spotlighting interesting facts, interesting trends, and so on and so forth. What would they get us? They would get us large audiences who stay connected with the Wikimedia brand and who can then gently be converted into editors and or donors, which are the two categories we worry most about when we worry about traffic. Of course, newsletters is just one tool for that. the mobile app, for example, would be a bigger and more important tool, but still I think email newsletter is an important and underused tool. Here's a rough prototype, if you see the slide, a rough prototype of how such newsletter could look like. Is just a result of one prompt for quote. The real one would have, of course, better copy and design, but that's just a prototype to give you a sense of what I'm talking about. Of course, this idea has downsides. I can imagine a lot of criticism. Newsletters are more centralized. They require more like editorial discretion. They would probably require a reliance on external platforms. They aren't as privacy friendly because by definition we need to collect email addresses to send out email newsletters. Yes, there are these criticisms, but in the spirit of this session being about both ideas, I reject all these criticisms, and I think that we are in a crisis and it needs both new ideas. And after all, encyclopedias that can be changed by everyone also has some downsides, but Wikipedia was a both new idea 25 years ago. Thank you.
Take a crab. All right. All right, next on the list, CL. Is CL here? I don't think she's at the conference, is she? She's here? Oh, yay! I haven't seen you the whole conference. Come, come. Sorry. No. No slides, right?
No, sorry.
Awesome, awesome. Come, come, come. Great seeing you.
Hi, everyone. No, I don't have any slides. I'm maybe the least prepared person to be speaking on this, but I just want to do a call to action, actually, because we should not be afraid to be idealists. Some of you may remember me. I hope some of you remember me from the movement charter drafting process we had that ended 2 years ago. One of the main reasons for people opposing the movement charter was critique that we did not consult the global community enough about our shared values. Why are we here? Why are we doing what we do? What are your intrinsic reasons? What are the motivations that keep you engaged and working? I think these values are very, very important, actually, to all of us. They feed into all the choices we make. They feed into many of these discussions we've been having in the past 5 days. For instance, the choices that PTech will make on the technical side, what to do, what not to do, affiliate recognition, resource distribution, tech, which apps, which software to use. Our values are important to that. But as long as we don't land on a common set of values for the Wikimedia movement, it will stay difficult to make those decisions for the ones that make the decisions. So I don't have the capacity. Wikimedia Foundation themselves chose for 3 different pilot projects to take on. I think they are all still running. And I don't really care who does it. Who's going to do it? If it's Wikimedia Foundation, if it's going to be an affiliate, if it's going to be a group from the community that says, let's take this up and let's do a consultation, let's have a vote, and let's speak out for those community values that we have. I think they're the baseline of what we do, and people need to know why we are here. That was it.
Have a crowd. Doc James.
Excellent. Thank you. I also have no slides, but I want to begin with a bit of a personal story. Here we are, we're a movement that prioritizes privacy. And, you know, I started as a Wikipedian as a doctor, not as a computer scientist. I wasn't an expert with computers. I went and I took pictures of patients. I took pictures in my own home. I uploaded those pictures to Wikimedia Commons. And then one day I came across this amazing tool that put the GPS location of all my pictures on a map. And I saw my home address, and I saw my work address, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable with that. So I went and I scrubbed my the GPS location for all those pictures, and I thought I had solved the problem. And then I came back a couple of months later, and a friendly bot had come and returned all of that material to my images. So, my unpopular idea is folks should only have their GPS location of their pictures included in their pictures when they consent to have that material included in their pictures. One of the things we have built to solve this issue is we built a tool for Commons, a user script, to help you remove the GPS locations from your own pictures. I've learned that it's a multiple step process that requires deleting the old image, uploading a new image, using external tools, and finally emailing a functionary list. Like, who but a hardcore Wikipedian would know this? It took me hours to figure this out, despite being in the movement for more than a decade. So what do new people have a chance to maintain their privacy with this? Another personal story. I was acting as a Mean and English Wikipedia, working on an article about a police station in a nearby town about 1,100 kilometers away. There was a user who was unhappy with my edits, and she flew an hour and a half to my town and showed up at my work. My wife is thankfully not here, so she doesn't know about this story. My staff thankfully told her to go away. She refused. They called the RCMP, which is the police in Canada. They escorted her back to the airport to fly away. And yes, so privacy matters. I live in a very safe country. There's people in other countries where, you know, us allowing this GPS data could result in much worse outcomes than I've experienced myself. So, you know, we have this great new tool we built to remove GPSs from your own images on Commons, but we really need to fix the central problem, which is the upload wizard. If you look at the upload wizard, you know, the first screen tells you something about EXIF, if you know what EXIF is, and then 3 screens later, it shows you this box where GPS locations data exists. You can blank it, and as a normal human being, you think, I've blanked it. It's deleted. But oh, no, it's not deleted. The EXIF data remains in there, and voila, there's a handy-dandy bot who'll come and tag your images from where it's located. So that's my unpopular idea. In a nutshell, we are working on hopefully fixing the upload wizard. Unfortunately, from what I understand, there are no Wikimedia Foundation staff who support the upload wizard. I hope that's going to change, but we have a programmer who's working on fixing that core bit of software. I think we have a patch ready to go. We just need to do some more work on it, as it's not perfectly done, but hopefully one day we will get that upload wizard fixed so further Wikipedians don't have issues like I did. And just to follow up on one of the last bits about NC Commons. NC Commons exists. It exists separate from Wikimedia Commons. You can go and look at it. It has about 8 million. Unfortunately, we have, I can't do it in French. Anyway, you know, so we at Wiki Project Med founded NC Commons. We would be happy to have it handed over to the Wikimedia Foundation so it could run on Wikimedia Foundation servers, so it would have the strength to tolerate the AI spiders out there. And you know, if the community wants it, we're happy to hand it over and share it among all of us. It has about 8 million NC licensed images at this point. So back to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. You violated the rules. It sounds like it's a very popular opinion to like get rid of the GPS data. So I want to make sure anyone who wants to leave can leave. It officially ends at 4:55. But since there's nothing after this until the opening or the closing ceremony, right? We can maybe go over 5-10 minutes. Is that okay, Benoit? Okay, excellent. So F send yes.
I think going over in this session is one of the most popular opinions today. And luckily that the upload wizard is not a critical element of our interface because it's all text-based anyway. This doesn't look great. Yeah, let me see. I think, yeah, if you just go to the next slide, it should be, yeah. Yeah, I think it just opens the PDF. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so my unpopular opinion, or we'll see how popular it is really to start more new projects. Everybody is concerned about like how Wikipedia is losing readers, and that is rightfully so. But maybe we should just think about more projects after we close just one. We have plenty of space, right? But I would try to challenge you and try to think about different types of content. If we can, let me just move here, that's easier. So the rare sites that are currently still gaining visitors, they're generally websites that are serving helpful and subjective content rather than objective content. Most of us here are Wikipedians, and we find that maybe a bit disgusting. But actually, it might be worth considering because we're not looking for people like you. You're already part of our movement. Wikipedia has about 10 sister projects, and we treat them in some ways as special editions of Wikipedia. I think Andrew just pointed out a very good example of how Wikimedia Commons is very text-centric. But MediaWiki is basically developed to serve and to support long text articles that are primarily static and that we collectively improve. That is not necessarily the only shape that knowledge can come into. Encyclopedia is just one format. It is not the only type. And in that sense, the incubator is just not good enough to start new projects in because that assumes that everything has to fit in a wiki. So let's free some knowledge. So one use case, I think, is Wikivoyage. Wikivoyage, as some of you may remember, started as part of Wikitravel, and it asked us to be adopted as a community because they were unhappy in that commercial company. We gave them MediaWiki, again, because I think they already were in some kind of wiki. And of course, that is long-form text content first. Is that really, I mean, you could do travel content in that format, but it's not necessarily the best format possible, I think. So it might be okay, but could we do better? I would suggest that they consider, and of course this is a community decision, it's not up to me, but I would hope that they consider to maybe drop the MediaWiki requirement, and then new things become possible. Things like micro-edits, images first, mobile native. You can really make much more out of this, and for example, consider that content actually becomes much more current and much more accurate. Allow people to update individual venue information without editing the whole page. New audiences like this can bring also new kinds of editors, people who are not like us, and I think that is actually great. So I think if you really want to do justice to Wikivoyage, build an app. But also, we could start thinking about entirely different kinds of projects. For example, wiki recipes. Cooking is highly personal. Lots of people have family recipes that they may or may not want to share. That's up to you. And most of the recipe websites, I mean, honestly, they suck. Ads, single option recipes, like you just have one list that you can go through, and it's not necessarily very flexible. So lots of people, like at least when I look for a recipe, I have to go to multiple places, see what fits my flavor, and that doesn't really help me find things quickly. Again, let's just drop the MediaWiki requirement and see what becomes possible. You could think about database-driven recipes, for example. You could think really about like what are all the different forms to bake that apple pie and see what fits your flavor today. New audiences, again, bring new editors. Now we can think about home chefs who never really would touch an encyclopedia, but they might be willing to just make a small tweak and add that secret ingredient that they like in their apple pie. Aggregation is then really brings an additional value that is not. I don't think there's any website that currently does this. Please come to me if you know of an example. But if you aggregate. No, but if you aggregate recipes in an intelligent way, you could actually show to people what the overlap of all these recipes are. what the differences are. You can actually really gain insights in like what makes an apple pie an apple pie. Is that the apple or is it the pie?
It's in the name. Both.
So we could,
Is it more apple or more
so
pie?
I think the more dangerous part of this this unpopular talk would be like we actually would have to fund it like we mean it. We cannot just make something for $10,000 and pretend that that's the day. If you really want to build something like this, you have to try it hard, but then you also have to be willing to give up when it doesn't work. I think that's going to be hard. It's going to be a change of mentality, but I think we can do it. Let's give content a real chance. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Did you get your crab? Did you get your crab? All right, who's next? Yes. No slides?
No slides.
Excellent.
One mic.
Go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I do have an unpopular opinion, probably even a very controversial one. I might even piss off some veteran editors in this room. If you don't like it, you can leave for 5 minutes. The title is, what do we do about the hostile frontier? Since 2009, we know that we scare away newcomers faster than they arrive, and more or less our contributor base is shrinking. So what can we do about it? One thing I like about many of our projects, for example, on the English Wikipedia, is the bot policy. If you want to do a lot of edits, automated, semi-automated, you can get a bot bit and go ahead, but you have to publish beforehand what you're going to do with your bot and get consensus of what you're doing. And that's collaborative, cooperative, transparent and open. And my unpopular opinion is that if you want to do above a certain limit of edits a day, then you should ask for an account with a botbit and get consensus of what you're doing. And my idea is that that could be as small as 5 edits a day. So you allow everyone 5 bold edits, whether it is reverting the first edit of a newcomer, vandalizing a page, or whatever you do. But if the limit I propose would limit vandalism on the one hand, because a newcomer or a vandal only has 5 edits a day, and it will limit scaring away newcomers and be hostile to anyone, because I do believe that if you got a bot with a consensus of what you do, you probably won't get a permission to drive a bot to scare away newcomers in any way you do. So, that's my unpopular opinion. Use our technology in the easiest way possible without having committees or arbitration committees or policies for friendly behavior or training everybody. No, invite people to collaborate and cooperate by be transparent in what you do and still give them the room to do 5 bold edits a day. If you do 5 bold edits a day, you do over 100 a month, then you are a very active editor, and then you are probably here in the room. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have time for one more. Christoph, yeah, the last one I had on my previous sign up, so.
Hi. It's going to be a very nice presentation. It's a GitHub repo. I wanted to start with slides that Andrew found I did in 2013 about the encyclopedia almost anyone can edit, which is the case right now because we are preventing a lot of people to edit, starting by IP contributors. Reasons, it's too much work to manage. So a few weeks, months ago, I started working and thinking about about that problem. And that problem has been faced before in code. So in code, you have processes that are called CI/CD that are going to review the code to make sure that it's all clean before even a human sees it. I know if people know about that, but that way, even if you get a PR that is a pull request that has crappy code, the machine stops it before you get it. And so what if we do the same with content? So that's what I started to experiment, is building a platform that aggregate all of the content and the recent changes. And so it's not online right now, but the recent changes, and then go through gates. And so the first gate is anti-vandalism, and then it's reference. I saw Alex around, but that way, if you reopen the, if you reopen the, here the references. If you reopen the edition to absolutely anyone in the world, before a human being starts being bothered by the content, you check every single rules. The specificity we are working on is that we want the gates to be very abstract, so that they meet also every project, because not all the projects have the same rules and ways of functioning. So anyway, so it's called SP42. We are right now 2, Luis Villa and I, working on that. We have a first beta user, which is Brita. I don't know if she's around. And on Telegram, we have a channel you can join and try to use it and work with us. I don't know if it was clear for you now. Nah. I'm done. You can do another one if you want.
All right, so they should contact you.
Yeah, or go on Telegram on the Wikimedia AI group. There is a channel dedicated to that. But basically, it's how we automate every crappy tasks that we have so that we can focus on the good value one.
Okay, so we do have time for one last one. So the last one was, thank you. The WUB. Where's the WUB? There's the WUB. Where is the WUB? There's the WUB. Okay, let's see. Let's get up here. Good. There you go.
So yeah, my unpopular idea is Wikimedia needs to be better on social media. I'm glad I get to present this because it is a slightly, appropriately for a social media talk, it is a clickbait title because I am not talking about this. I want to be clear, did anyone go to the social session the other day about social media and what the foundation is doing? And on our feeds, the results are fantastic. And affiliates are doing lots of great work on their feeds as well. I'm talking about what are our audiences seeing when they share things on social media? So we know it's a big theme here, our links are going from Google, but how do they appear on social media? So I shared today's featured picture on Commons, and you might think, oh, you might get a description and a license and stuff. No, you just get the file name. The file name. I shared an image, a article that doesn't have an image. It gets a description on Facebook, which is nice, but it gets just a blurry Wikipedia logo for some reason. And on Twitter, I had to go back on Twitter for the first time in a year, and I hated it. You get nothing. And we know, there is lots of sharing of our content on social media. There is a Reddit devoted to Wikipedia. It gets a lot of engagement. This is an article that was shared on the larger subreddit, Today I Learned, and you can see the huge spike in page views it got from that. So there are some things being worked on, this was shown the other day as well in a session of this share card, which does include the license and some description and nice image.
But yeah, like, why can't it work like default? Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's quite a bit of suspicion of social media in the movement. There are real issues with it, but we know people are out there sharing our content there. So let's make it easy for them to share, and let's make it work well.
Thank you. Get a crowd. All right, thanks everyone for sharing your last sips of Wikimania with us. It's really a privilege to have you all here. So the plan for the rest of the day is 5:30 is the closing session in the amphitheater. Right after that is a group photo outdoors. I think you can dismantle the puzzle they have outside, and then I believe the final party will be back in here. Is that right? Not in this room. I mean, in the museum. Yes. First floor. Yeah, I need to get you out, though they'll be very mad at me. So.
Yes, I did get my craft. Yes, right. It's right on my back. What else? The M4 visual patent expired this week.
There's little patents in it. So which one expired?
The main foundational, well, whatever one that was going to expire this year expired this week.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is, it's like touching an elephant. Everyone thinks they know when it's going to expire. No one really knows exactly what it is.
Well, I think the links that I saw that link to it says this is the absolutely last patent.
Really? Okay. So is that good news for us?
Well, I mean, there's still. Yeah, don't touch that. Anyway, sorry. I was gonna say, like, there are still patents that are used by a lot of engineers that are still encumbered.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's the problem, is that there's still some encumbered stuff in there.
At least now we might be able to get more creative.
At least if we can even accept MP4 upload.